Hey, what's going on out there, guys? Gonna try this again. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Welcome to The Treatment. This is a new special series where we take numpty dipshits to the woodshed using their own words. If you'd like more information or see more of the treatments, you can just pull up Quantum Eraser channel and go right to the playlist. See, that's where the gold is. If you need to find anything, go to the playlist and look up The Treatment, right? And all the treatments are going to be lined up there for you, just like the numpty clips, right? So that's where the gold is. Let me see how many we got. Don't give me any warnings. All I got is green everywhere. Listen, my ISP provider gave me a firm maybe on a go for tonight. And moreover, we have the first rainstorm we had in about 3.5 weeks. So it's about to turn into a thunderstorm. So I said, what the heck? We might as well try to put all this in a big pile and just go for it. Sound good to you guys? I figured, Sam. What's going on, 100 by 100? Yeah, it's looking good. Uh-oh, I'm getting yellows. Oh, I'll tell you what. If it starts messing with me after that firm maybe, we're going to have some words. So they've been tracking this thing for the past week. And ironically, I get a knock on my door at 11 o'clock this morning. And my wife says, hey, there's the cable companies outside. I'm like, what the heck are they doing out here? They're not supposed to be here. They've already been here like 8 times in the past month. Right? I said, they're not scheduled to be here today. I open up the door. It's the guy from the cable company that when I first moved here, installed the cable. So I recognize him. Of course, he's 12 years older. I think around that. How many years is that? 2007, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years older. I've been here for a long time, man. But anyway, sorry, but I digress. I see him. I said, I know you, man. He goes, yeah. He says, what's up? I said, listen, what is going on? Why are you here? He goes, we tracked her down. See, it was noise in the line, and it's like a phantom. And what would happen most of my problems came in the evening and in the early morning. When there's temperature changes, we're getting some temperature fluctuations now and exposed a weakness in the node, right? I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. You know them damn nodes. You got to be careful of those. Don't put any salt on them, I'll tell you that. Anyway, it was a phantom because it wouldn't do it all the time. It would only do it around the temperature changes or whether there's high winds. It would expose its weakness. So they were chasing phantoms for the past week. It's the whole neighborhood, man. But most people wouldn't know it because they're not streaming or using a lot of upload power. And they wouldn't notice, right? But I'm streaming, so I'm going to notice. If it's not at least 8 megabytes per second, then it's going to destroy my stream. So, I mean, I noticed, I think another person down there uses some heavy uploads, and that person was complaining. And the gentleman that I said put my cable in, he goes, I've been chasing this thing for the past 2 weeks, man. He said, it's that bad. I said, is there any easier way to find out what the problem is, dude? And he said, no. Nope, there's not an easier way. They try to pinpoint it, and if it's not a constant thing, it's like chasing a greased chicken in the dark. But anyway, he found it, man, so we're good. Listen, I got all green bars right here and excellent connection from YouTube. How about that? That firm may have worked. So we're just waiting for some people to roll on in here. I hope we got 20 because no one knew. Obviously, that's the way I roll. That's the way I do business. So we'll chill out for a couple minutes. How's it going out there in chat? Make sure you guys police yourselves out there. I am not going to be looking at chat while I'm doing this because I'm buying me onesie. You guys know that. Last time I was looking at the chat afterwards, and it said, "Why isn't QE looking at the chat?" And somebody remarked, he said he was going to be looking at the chat. I couldn't believe it. So listen, get the Adderall drip out, all right? I am not going to be looking at the darn chat. Not. N-O-T. I'm going to be busy with these other numpties. Everyone got that? They can remotely monitor the SN, whatever. It was in the nodes, dude. They got nodes, they got branches, right? They're different branches off the nodes. He was giving me all this long story. I listened to him because he's a good guy. But he said he gave me a firm maybe. How dare I tell you what? So I got this video. We're going to get right into it, I think. I got this video about a year ago, somewhere in that vicinity. And somebody sent it to me. We all know who that's going to be as soon as you see the video. And I said, listen, I'm swamped. I'll get to it, right? And what happened was I forgot about it. Now, I did write it down, and I placed it in a file, right? Amongst about 5,000 other things. I just forgot about it. It happens. We're human, as far as you know. But about a week ago, I was rolling through this file, and I seen Anthony's fuckwits. See, I already gave the game away. It's Anthony. And I said, what the heck? And I pulled the video up, and I said, oh, man, I forgot all about this. And I had yet to go through it, right? Now, as you're going to see, this thing is over 5 hours long, okay? Let me just say something right now. We're not going to do 5 hours of this in one sitting. So this is going to be an ongoing series. How long is it going to go? I don't know. Sometimes, like for 30 minutes, 30-minute video, it's so stupid, I got to report on it for 3 hours. So I don't know how this is going to go. What I did was I listened through it from beginning to end. It took me like 2 or 3 sittings with 5 hours, man. It was painful. And so we can make this a little bit easier. Every section that I said, oh, yeah, that's the section I want to deal with, I'm going to put a block of citations that deals with the topic, right? To make it a little bit easier. And especially, I want to push these, like the numpty clips, more towards the target audience of, the fence sitters. Or even the stone cold BallTARDS, man. But more to the fence sitters and to the new people, because once they see this, then they're flat earthers. That's it, right? They don't need anything else. I don't need to bring any elevation angles up or, gas pressure. And no, I'm telling you, just this is going to do it. All right. So that's my target audience. I know you guys aren't new out there. I'm seeing you in chat. Let me see if we got any more people in here. A few more. Wait a couple minutes. I know a lot of people like that anyway. And I want to give this a little more time, even though it hasn't come. I did see it go to yellow, but it quickly went back to green. And I only got a couple drop frames. So, like I said, I didn't think there was a better time. Or maybe along with a thunderstorm. I mean, what else can go wrong? I mean, you have to put it up against, everything that Murphy has to throw at it, right? That's where you need to test stuff. Not when everything's golden, there's flowers everywhere, you got your open-toed sandals, and it's all love. Not that time. The time to test is in a hurricane, all right? Make sure you remember that. Make that a refrigerator rule. All right. Let me get my act together. Just relax out there. It's coming. There's 5 hours of it, dude. You're going to be begging me to stop. All right. Let's see what we got. Let me go back. Let's drag this out a bit more. What's up, Dank? Matthew? Flatten the curve. What's going on? Into the break. Put your question in comments and concerns in chat. We'll be. Yeah, thanks, man. And to break you, I'll tell you what, man. I should have marked that guy who told me that, or said that in chat, and said, "What the hell, dude? Is it like opposite day? You're gonna do the opposite of everything I say? Is that what it is? What are you, George Costanza?" Oh, that cracks me up, George Costanza, man. That one episode where they were talking about once he says something good, like a good zinger, and everyone laughs, it's time to go, right? It's not going to get any better than that. So once you get a good one, you just leave. I was talking to Betty just a little while ago, and one of my friends did that. We were up on a shooting range, right? And he had, I think, a 35, 40-yard shot somewhere in that vicinity. And he put it right center mass, man, right in the bullseye. We go walking down. He starts snickering through. He goes, I guess I'm done for today. I said, oh, no, you're not. You ain't playing that George. Yeah, psh, you ain't playing that George Costanza shit on me. You're going to go back and do it again. I'm thinking this is, one in the fucking flew over the cuckoo's nest, right? You ain't going a damn place. Get ready. You better knock another arrow. Follow? We ain't playing that. Too funny. We're starting to get up in numbers a little bit. I'll tell you, once we hit 35, we're going to go. We're on 27 right now. So, hey, listen, go get them fence sitters and the stone cold BallTARDS, because they ain't going to be able to stand up to this. I'm telling you. You better be ready. Tell them to get their therapists on the line, because this is some stupid shit. And by certified ballers, we have a PhD astronomer and a licensed civil engineer. I think he's a civil engineer. It's Norm. We're going to see. It's not going to be too much, Norm. Just a couple things. Like I said, I'm not going to do the whole 5 hours. It's going to be in parts. So this is going to be part 1. We'll see where we get. Just roll it. We got to wait for some people to get in here, flatten the curve. Just keep your panties on. So like I said, this is your average skank and file BallTARDS. These are certifiable ones, right? And this is the certifiable position. Oh, Lord. Look the heck at. They'll be flat. I'll tell you what, the fence sitter is going to be flat earthers in less than 5 seconds. You ain't going to believe this, folks. I'm telling you. I listened to this I couldn't believe it. I was in shock how stupid it was. I can't believe these guys showed up. I really can't. Well, they didn't show up. I think it was his show, right? And one of ours showed up. And again, it was a year ago. It's dated a little bit. That's all right. It still stands. It stands the test of time. You know how bad it's going to get. If I got a PhD astronomer and a civil engineer, you know this is going to be a train wreck of a dumpster fire. And if it is a train wreck of a dumpster fire with a PhD and a friggin' certified licensed engineer, then what's the status of the average skank and file BallTARD out there? Yeah, I know. And remember, now, there's some parts in here, I don't know about the first part. There's some parts in here that I'm just going to skip. I'm going to skip on through, right? Because it's just nonsense. Topic about nonsense. They're getting off. It's incoherent red herring fallacies. I'll just thumb my way through it, just to let you know. And there's a few parts I ran into. I'm thinking there's a few parts in there. And like I said, I don't know about this first part. I can't remember. But it's really silly red herring fallacies, and I just don't want to waste your time with it. Uh-oh. We're getting up there. 4 more, and we're going to roll. My eye on the studio. Go ahead. Go get your brethren. Oh, 2 more. 2 more. Oh, 3 more. Nope, 4 more. We're losing them. Who knows about this viewership on here, man? I don't trust that shit. 5 more, 6 more. Damn. You guys don't want to listen to this. I'm gonna close up shop then. I'm gonna play that game. Yep, starting to go down the tubes again. What do you got better to do? Monday Night Football? If you don't got Prime, you're screwed. Yeah, it's going down the tubes, man. PhD in naming nothing. Wow, how much did he pay to get that? Yeah, I'll tell you what. Well, I think we're going to go over that. I don't know about in the first part, though. We're going to go over that. Because he brings it up. Partly. Like I said, I don't remember if it's in the first part or not. If it is, it's good. If not, looks like we're dropping in numbers. Homie, don't play that. For every PhD, there's an equal and opposite PhD. Well, see, a lot of people don't know what goes into a PhD or what a PhD even is. They just hear PhD and stand at attention or something. And most of the PhDs, I think, they're hoping for that reaction. Right? You got your BS, you have your MS, and then you have your PhD. So it's bullshit, more shit, and piled higher and deeper. And I can speak to that directly. Because I know all those characters, man. I tell you what, I ran into some PhDs through the years that couldn't tie their shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. And this is one of those cases. You're going to see right away. Smash that share button. That's right, Divergent Joy. Just smash the bejesus out of it. Start sharing this. Like I said, people are on the fence. Yeah, it's over. Quite quickly. And if you listen to the whole series, you're going to be like, oh my God, I should have been a flat earther before I was born. Was a dummy, worthless. I wouldn't say worthless. PhDs, it's kind of a Jedi mind trick. Right? Because now, for me personally, I'd rather talk to a master's degree holder than a PhD. Because a master's degree holder has a fundamental understanding of the topic in a general sense. They mastered the topic. PhD, to go further on, you have to hyper focus on a specific new area. So it's complete speculation, in other words, for PhDs. Whereas a master's student has a more understanding, if you follow. Right? I'd rather speak to a master's. In fact, a master's student is better to expose than a PhD, because PhD usually, they forget everything in their master's. They're so focused on the PhD, right, that they forget everything they've learned or been indoctrinated with. And like I said, they're so hyper-focused on something that is completely new to the discipline. That's what a PhD is. Most people don't know that. That's how I know they're pretender clowns. If I ask them what a PhD is, and they're, yeah, get the heck out of here. Go back to your true vocation, right? Picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervise. All right, let's get into this. I'm not waiting any longer. Got things to do, places to be, things to do. All right, where's my screen at? That would probably be the first thing. All right, you guys ready? All right, police yourselves out there. Let's see if we got any Divergent Joy. Just police it out there. Don't let them get too out of hand. All right? I don't want a catastrophe over here while I'm in this. So I'll leave it in your hands, my good sir. I'm sure you'll take care of them. All right, here we go. Let me introduce the subject matter and the subjectees. I already gave one away, Anthony, right? Yep, you knew he was in here. Let me introduce to you Rob, the South Park's Pretender Clown Fraud. That's your PhD astronomer. And Norm, the Knuckle Dragon Numpty Nitwit. Right? We're not going to deal too much with Norm here in the first section. He's not going to be saying too much. It's a good. He should have adopted that mantra for the whole damn thing. Right? He's going to wish he never did say anything, but I don't think there's too much from him in the first part. I could be mistaken, but I don't remember all that much from him. All right, let's see where we're at here. 13:58. I think we got to go. Like I said, this thing, can you see this? You can't see it. It's 5 hours and 17 minutes and 4 seconds long. Oh, we're also periodically going to be dealing with people in chat, in their chat, right? Because there's some absolute freaking idiots in chat that think they're all that in a bag of chips. Yeah. Dora, the fuckwit explorer. If you're out there, hey, Rob, make sure Dora, the fuckwit explorer, gets this video, okay? She's going to, maybe not this one, but probably number 2 and number 3 and number 4. There's a couple more people in your chat that think they're all that, like you, right? Make sure she gets this video, if she is a she. You never know these days. All right, let me take her back to the beginning. Wherever it out. I think it's around 7 minutes. 1 second, folks. I don't want to listen to your dumbass intro. Yeah, I think that's about it. All right, we ready? Let me make sure something here. Let me pull this off, folks. Make sure the sound is going through good. Looks like we're 5x5. No drop frames. It looks like that firm maybe might be holding up. We'll see. I'll take a gander over there every now and again and just to make sure. All right, let's roll.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, can you hear me?
Howdy. I'm doing all right. How are you? I have to say, I'm a little honored you're here.
You're a little honored. You're either honored or you're not honored, right? What the hell does a little honored mean? Who knows?
Oh, there's no need for. I appreciate.
What's up with the close up, man? Back the heck up.
The politeness, but there's no need. I know that most people in your side of the topic think that I'm a complete and utter Ed-the-ball. I saw you.
What? What the hell is an Ederball? Any of you British guys out? What is an Ederball? Is that what he said? I'm not going to rewind it.
Your message to Rachie. Just trying to work out why my camera's so zoomed in. Is it?
Yeah, we're concerned about that too. For both of you.
I don't know. Is that? It's weird. That might be.
That's better.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let me just bring this down a little bit. I realize that half the people on your side think that I'm a complete Ed-the-ball or disarmed.
Here we go again. What is Ederball? Ederball? I didn't quite catch that. Do you have a southern accent or something? So I need to know what that is. Somebody PM me. What the hell is that? It's the first time I ever heard that. And I've been around these guys for like 7 years. You never know what they're going to say next.
Honest or whatever. And I saw you comment on Rachie's video, and he said that, and I want to quote it because I think it's beneficial if we discuss the way that you said it on Rachie's video, because I think it's important. Your words were, here we go. You said, why are you twisting what we say? Personally, I've been very clear that for the situations that you are speaking on, density is relevant. Well, but density is not if in Rachie's video.
Hey, folks, I forgot to tell you, we're going to be doing the normal routine here. Logical fallacies. Any train wrecks. I'm marking them down. Any direct contradictions that are like, well, duh. Even the subtle contradictions, right? We're going to be doing the whole 9 yards, just to let you know. Sorry, I didn't preface with that, but I figured you guys knew the deal. Let's continue.
Density is not relevant, and she describes our weight is mass times acceleration due to gravity.
Weight isn't mass times acceleration due to gravity. That was debunked when F equal ma was debunked. We'll get to that later. So, but I digress.
And in there's no reference to density. There's no reference to volume. So you're saying that it's relevant, but the current position in science doesn't acknowledge volume in any way, shape, or form.
Current position in science. Science is merely a method. that is natural science, the scientific method. There are no positions in it. There are no positions in a method. So maybe you're pandering to him, I would suppose. But okay, just to make sure that's clear.
Form. So I agree with you on that, but that's not the position in your science that describes gravity.
It's not his science. Here we go again. It's not his. What do you mean his science? His scientific. He doesn't know what the scientific method. We're going to see that in spades here shortly. But his science, it grammatically, it doesn't even make sense. But like I said, maybe you're pandering to him, so I'll let it go.
And then you say,
I've got someone else who wants to come in, but please keep going.
Norm!
Yeah, and then you say anyone that says otherwise is lying or trying to sell you something, perhaps. The key point is what causes the motion. And that's really the million-dollar question, isn't it? Because Newton thought that it was insane that there would be an innate force between the matters or the masses that attract.
Mass. Don't agree with him. What the hell's mass? Can somebody define that for me?
Attracted each other because he thought that was crazy. And Einstein said that there wasn't a force there.
What are you shaking your head for? He did. How do you know?
There was the effect of the curvature of space-time causing an apparent act.
That's true. The curvature of space-time. Well, space and time are both concepts. How can you curve concepts? Freedom's a concept. Can you curve that for us? The Rob, he, the him. What the hell is, what's going on with this? So can you physically manipulate concepts? I'd like to see that.
Acceleration. But in the real world, we can cause the acceleration.
Acceleration, there is no acceleration in general theory of relativity, which isn't a scientific theory, by the way. So are we headed back to Newton's train wreck? Maybe.
That both Newton and Einstein appear to have got wrong. And I agree with you. We should try and establish what is the cause of the motion. But that's what...
Cause of what motion? That's the question. I'm lost right now. I don't know about you.
What we have scientific method for. If we...
Scientific method? Oh, for the cause of the motion. I got it. The motion of what? Yeah, that's what we're searching for.
Adhere to scientific method. We can establish the cause of the effect by manipulating it directly, and that's what I did.
All right. Well, one sec. That's a lot to unpack, but we can talk about the scientific method in a moment, because I really have been wanting to pick your brain as to where it is you learned your variety of scientific method and why you.
His variety of there isn't different varieties of the scientific method. There's just the scientific method, you clown show. What do you mean different varieties? Also, let's get back to mass. Oh, sorry about that, folks. So, you were shaking your head when he mentioned mass there, Rob South Parks. Let's take a look at Max Born, Nobel laureate, from Dover Publications, page 33 and 34. Listen closely. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quality of matter. Where have we heard that before? These concepts, another concept, themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Fair enough. In physics, here's the important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not only emphasize, but he must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no fucking meaning. None. I've been telling these idiots for about 7 years that mass has no meaning, right? Long before I ran across Max, right? Because it's sort of prima facie, well, duh, right? The word mass has no meaning in physics. I'll continue, though. Other than that given by formula. Well, that's not physics. Mathematics is not physics. Mathematics is mathematics. Physics is physics. That's why he differentiated it. He says it is the measure of the resistance to changes in velocity. So a measure of resistance to acceleration, in other words. That's not mass. That's inertia, Max. So you just should have stuck with this. It has no meaning whatsoever. I dare you to define it. I need citation too and an example. You follow their South Parks. Unbelievable.
You refuse any other interpretation. But
he refuses any other interpretation of the scientific method. So, one, you're divining a complete stranger's thoughts. I don't think you talked to him before. Wouldn't matter. You're still divining. Let me write that down. That's appeal to motive or intent. Right? Divining thoughts. I mean, you should return to your true vocation. Carnival. You know, barking for the yak woman or guessing people's weights. Maybe you can graduate to being a pixie dust spreader on a tilt-a-whirl. Huh? You ever try that? I'll bet that's where you came from. What's a different variety? There's only the scientific method. You see, it doesn't have an S on the end of it, right? Method, singular. So there can't be varieties of singulars. That's non sequitur fallacy. Hold on, folks. Got to stay in ship shape. We're getting all of them. Right? So that just didn't make any damn sense.
But yes, Newton.
Oh, and there are no interpretations either. Listen, there's just, at its base, 3 simple steps. Observe a natural phenomenon. That gives you your dependent variable. Construct hypothesis. That's the dependent variable with your supposed cause. That dependent variable is the effect. You suppose a cause. It's an educated guess, a supposition. And then experiment. It takes that hypothesis and then adds control variables on it. So you got independent variable, dependent variable, and then for the experiment, you add control variables. What the hell is there to interpret? Right? What is this, religion? There is no interpretation. That's subjective. It's black and white. So you couching that way let me know right away that you are a pretender clown fraud. I'm going to show that in spades for the next, who knows how long this is going to go on. Could be months.
Did not like the fact of what he referred to as action at a distance. He did.
Who didn't like the fact? Newton didn't like the fact of actions at a distance? I don't think Newton even knew the phrase action at a distance.
Didn't like the idea that you can impact the motion of an object with no physical, no obvious physical thing. But he,
with no obvious physical. What do you have, a vocabulary of a 3-year-old? What the hell's going on here? Who knows?
accepted the fact that his equations perfectly described the motions that he was seeing. He was able.
His equations, Newton's equations, perfectly described the motions he was observing. Is that what you said? His even if it were true, you know, all of Newton's equations, the laws of motion, all of them were debunked along with the universal law of gravitation. Hello, McFly, about 107 years ago. So even if you did have equations that describe the motion of what I don't even know what you're talking about yet. It wouldn't matter anyway. Any idiot can describe something and use a convention to describe it with. I mean, that's not rocket science, right? So even if they were correct, who cares? So what? Right? But it's much worse than that. They were all debunked.
Able to perfectly describe the orbits of planets.
Orbits of planets? What the hell is planet? Can you demonstrate it? What? First define a planet and then demonstrate it. Show its existence. We're outside of science, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't know that yet because he wouldn't know what natural science was if it climbed up his arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. Right? So we're way outside of science. I thought this was going to be a science discussion. Natural science discussion. I mean, after all, you're a PhD astronomer. I can understand that the civil engineer is keeping his mouth shut. But this isn't natural science, dude. What the hell are you talking about?
He was able to describe Galileo's experiments.
No.
Galileo never performed a single scientific experiment in his life. Galileo didn't know what an experiment was. You don't know what an experiment is. And the people you're parroting that told you from the Discovery Channel and Wiki that said Galileo experiment, Jedi mind tricked you into thinking it was an experiment or experiments. On your next show, Rob, I haven't watched any of your shows, by the way. I don't even know where the channel is, except maybe down here. Yeah. Professor Parks, oh, God. So on your next show, I want you to come out with one of Galileo's experiments to support what you just said. So that is, should I tell him what it is? I want you to go step by step. I want you to show the natural phenomena observed by Galileo. Of course, this has to be documented by him, right? You just can't make it up. So I'm going to need to see the natural phenomena observed. I'm going to need to see the hypothesis. And I'm going to need to see the experiment. The whole 9 yards. All components of each. Okay? On your next live show. Ain't going to happen because Galileo never performed one.
Einstein came along, and then Einstein came along and basically said, this fails because of...
Einstein came along and said, this fails. What fails? Newton's equations.
Certain situations. And
so certain situations. So Einstein came along and said, this fails. Right? But the equations perfectly describe it. That's a contradiction. Hold on a second, folks. That's a direct contradiction.
And actually, it had nothing to do with Newton. It had to do with Maxwell.
Had to do with Maxwell. With what? It had to do with Newton because you were just referencing Newton's equations. Who knows?
And he basically said that, yet again, or as he pointed out, it's curvature of space-time. But the most important thing I want to say before I turn it back over to you is neither of them refuted that there is an attractive thing between two masses.
Two masses? What? Neither of them refuted there's an attractive thing between something you can't define and they couldn't define and is undefinable? And why don't you show us how they confirmed it? Who confirmed it? Not that they deny it. It's like saying, well, they didn't deny the attractive force between green Manalices with a two-pronged crown and amoebas. Yeah, they never defined that. Yeah, or denied that because it was never confirmed. So they wouldn't need to deny it. So what the hell are you talking about? It's just stupid. That's a non sequitur again. My word.
That's not true, right? First off, Newton's equations didn't explain the orbits as you...
Equations don't explain anyway. At best, equations can only describe. They can't explain. And it takes humans to describe it with equations because each variable, every single variable in every single equation has to be defined rigorously. Ask any mathematician. They'll tell you. It just makes perfect sense anyway. You wouldn't have to ask them, but some people do have to ask them. You know what I mean. But I digress. So each term has to be defined rigorously. So define mass. You can't. You won't ever be able to do so. No one will. Because it doesn't frigging exist, like Max Born told you.
You incorrectly stated. They didn't account for the epicyclic nature of Venus and what we now call apparent retrograde.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. You see, yeah, okay, just let me tell you, for the next 5 hours, all you're going to be getting from this numpty dipshit is yahas and nuh-uhs. That's all you're going to get. He's not going to support any fucking thing. Yahas and nuh-ahs. You know who this reminds me of? A lot of ballers, but one particular one. Brenda. Brenda and this clown fuck are on the same wavelength, because if you ever listen to Brenda, through all the nonsensical horseshit that she comes up with, you know, the delusional stuff, if you listen really close, all of her claims are supported with yahas and nuh-ahs, just like this idiot. So we got the first, yes, I'm not going to point them all out. You'll just be listening. You'll be hearing them throughout.
Motion, so
Yes.
they knew that Newton was wrong.
It did. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I'm going to need
Yeah, yes, it did. Like, yeah, he's going to need what are you going to need?
a citation on that one. What do you mean?
You're going to need a citation for the non-existence of something. That's a fallacy, proving non-existence. Hold on. How about providing the citation confirming it? How about that? I mean, are you that stupid? That's rhetorical.
What do you mean by the eplicical nature of
Eplicical. What? Speak much.
Venus? I thought you
So
were
both Mercury and Venus demonstrate what we now call apparent retrograde motion, and Newton's equations didn't account for the epicyclic.
Can you describe for me what that retrograde motion is?
It's the
'Cause I think
Retrograde motion. That's what he wants.
I know what you're talking about, but I want to be clear.
It's the appearance that the target appears to be moving backwards from our perspective.
No. So that
Yes. That's what retrograde motion is. It's the apparent. I'll bet you he doesn't know what apparent means. I'll guarantee it. It's the apparent opposite motion of things in the sky. Well, I'm sure they can use that retrograde with other stuff, but within context. They go in the opposite direction. That's what retrograde is. Retrograde. Get it? So you're wrong. What's he going to do now?
that actually can be explained by the heliocentric model.
That wasn't the point. You asked him what retrograde motion was, not what will that train wreck dumpster fire, what will explain it. Number one. Oh, that was number one. Number two. There is no heliocentric model, right? That has never been shown or demonstrated for the past 7 years. I've never seen it. For the past 5 years, I've been asking to see it. No one can ever do it. Number two, even if you had one, it wouldn't be able to explain anything. It doesn't have lips or vocal cords or aerobic respiration and sentience and intelligence. It would be somebody explaining it, right? So that's a reification fallacy. Hold on, folks. And a non sequitur, because it's batshit insane, just doesn't follow, right? We're waiting to see that heliocentric model. That's what we're all waiting for. And like I said, it explaining shit. That's not what you asked anyway. You asked what he thought retrograde motion was. So that's, I'm sorry, red herring fallacy. You need to get the Adderall drip out there, you bumbling buffoon. Right? You think people don't catch that? Stone cold red herring fallacy. He's on his agenda or something. Like he doesn't listen to what Anthony's saying, and he just starts spurting out his agenda. Yeah? Is that what's going on here, clown show?
Perhaps, but that wasn't my point. My point was that Newton's equation.
Exactly, that wasn't the point. It was retrograde motion.
Didn't account for that. They couldn't explain.
Actually,
Newton's equations couldn't account for that. Okay, what?
they did. You can derive Kepler's laws of motion from Newton's law of gravitation.
Oh, what? Wait a second. You were just talking about Newton's equations. Now it went down to equation. The universal law of gravitation. What? That's non sequitur. Double speak. Put the double speaks in contradictions. Same fucking thing. What the hell are you talking about? And what this, we're only talking about at best. Equations only describe. So what? It describes, and it's incorrect. I'm going to show you where he just train wrecked himself. He said that you can derive Kepler's laws from Newton's equations, and then he went to equation. I'll bet you he doesn't know what the universal law of gravitation is. I'll bet you he doesn't. I've been asking BallTARDS for 5 years. None of them have posted it correctly. Doesn't even matter. It's all debunked. So if I debunk Newton's equations right now, all of them, that's the laws of motion and the universal law of gravitation, where you just screwed up, then Kepler's laws go out the window. Even if I don't debunk them, it doesn't mean shit. Descriptions of lights in the sky, what does that mean? Fucking any moron can do that. Let's take care of Newton. Newton fricasseed. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation. So both. Yeah, and means both. Right? You see the and right here? You're going to have problems with this here in a few minutes. That had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687 were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Duh! Why don't you know this, PhD astronomer? Shouldn't you know this? It's all throughout the literature. All Newton's nonsense, his laws of motion and laws of gravity, or law of gravitation, there should be law of gravitation, were debunked 107 years ago. Haven't been keeping up on your continuing education credits for 107 years. Clown fuck. From Nature, the most prestigious journal of science, quote unquote, in the entire friggin' world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity. Actually, it was November 1915, but he could have published it later in 1916. I digress. Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. This tells you right away. Sorry, folks. Mathematical detail and theories, scientific theories, never the twain shall meet. There is no mathematics in an actual scientific theory. But I digress. Let me start over. Sorry about it. In 1916, Albert Einstein published the general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened up the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity. They keep on saying laws for some reason. I don't know why. He replaced it. Yet look up the definition of replacement. Let me put an iron coal, one of those big massive ones, the burning flaming iron coals, on this bullshit. From Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now. I'm down here, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Turn out the lights, party's over. South Park's pretender clown fraud. So all this is just nonsense, man. You're just making it up. You're getting it from Wiki or Discovery Channel. You're a fuckwit.
You can Google it. It's simply done.
You can Google it. Go Google yourself.
And those apply to every single planet.
Planet? You need to demonstrate a planet. Define it and then demonstrate one. You'd have better luck sprouting broccoli from your armpits.
If Kepler's third law in interplanetary motion, Kepler's third law in interplanetary motion gives you
Who gives a shit? It's already debunked.
Relative scale in which all of these celestial events occur. But they don't give you any actual sizes or distances, and that's the problem with them. You need to be able to get the sizes and the distances to be able to map it out the solar system the way the heliocentric model claims that it has done.
The heliocentric model claims. Number one, he doesn't know what a model is. Number two, models don't exist in science. Number three, models, inanimate objects, aren't explaining shit. Right? They're just not going to do it. And it doesn't exist anyway. So this is all horseshit.
the Kepler's laws, you're right. Kepler's laws are proportionality.
Kepler's laws are debunked. Didn't you listen a couple minutes ago where I fricasseed those idiot laws? They were never scientific laws to begin with, folks. He doesn't know what a scientific or a natural law. Sorry, scientific law is a misnomer.
Basically, it's if written correctly, Kepler's law are.
If written correctly, Kepler's law are. That doesn't even make grammatical sense. Kepler's laws are. The fuck? What? I want to see that graduate. Where did you graduate from? Tuco Community College in Tobago? Let's see that graduate certificate. It's not worth the paper it's printed on anyway, but I want to see it. Clown.
The period of the planet divided by the period of the Earth.
The period of the planet divided by the what of the Earth?
Squared.
Squared. That's what you are. You're a square. What do you think? What, just because you can mindlessly parrot the debunked formula back, that gives some type of veracity to the horseshit coming out of that pie hole of yours? Is that what you're going for here? Lord help us.
The size of the planet's orbit divided by the size of the planet, the Earth's orbit, Q. So you're right.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I got all misty there. Freaking clown. Mathematics has nothing to do with natural science, dude. When are we going to talk about the science, the natural science? Let me get in here. Listen up, South Parks. Mathematics isn't science or physics. Much like a tape measure isn't carpentry. One of the main reasons is the different words. You get it? Listen closely, numpty pretender clown fraud. From the Feynman Lectures, Nobel laureate physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Ooh, you hear that? This one. This is deep. Because there's an underlying statement that's buried in this statement. It's so profound, it's going to make your head spin. So according to Richard Feynman, for something to be natural science, guess what? Its validity must be affirmed by experiment from that statement. See how I did that? Clown fuck. Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel laureate biochemistry and mathematics, which is really not science. So why are you talking about it, alleged scientist? But we've been here for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. From Professor Blakrishnan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Duh. Like I even need to cite this. Right? It's self-evident prima facie. So it's not a set of axioms from which you derive results. The rules of the game you prepare to change and subsume in an even broader framework. Duh. And then Professor Shankar, chair physics at Yale, is going to put an end to it quickly. Quantum mechanics, that's actual physics there, sunshine. It's a theory which is based on experiment. It's not deduced by mathematics. You see that dichotomy there? You see that? There's a definite split. You probably don't see it. Grab one of your slobber nurses and have them try to explain it to you. You're done right here.
All Kepler's laws can tell you, in and upon themselves, are the relative sizes.
The relative sizes relative to what? What in relation to what? That's what I'd like to know. He's just going to stay, 5 million light years from the boundaries of something even remotely detailed. Right? Just speak around the edges. That's all he can do as a PhD astronomer. I'm embarrassed for you.
But we have used the eclipse of Venus or the transit of Venus to
The eclipse or the transit of Venus to do what?
Determine the absolute distance to the sun from the Earth.
Yeah, right. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather. Go ahead and show that. Can you show that? That was a claim. Do you have anything to support that? That's a baseless assertion fallacy. He probably had a few more in there that I missed. You're lucky I'm not marking all these down. 1 second. Baseless assertion. All right, let's roll.
Gives you one of those unknowns, and we know what the period of
Gives us one of the unknowns. The distance or the size.
the Earth's orbit is, because we can
Earth's orbit. You need to demonstrate, number one, the size of the Earth, and number two, the Earth's orbit. Define it and then demonstrate it. So that's more baseless. He's not going to do it here.
measure the day or the year. That gives you the other one, which then turns.
That gives us the other one. What the fuck? You a village idiot. You want me to start calling you that? We're getting pretty damn close. You'd make another baseless assertion that you just conjured from that walnut-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. I'm going to start calling you a village idiot.
Turns everything into absolutes.
It turns so presto magico, right? Following my horse shit, it turns everything into absolutes. This fucking needs to be institutionalized. Look at this fucking clown. My word.
There's two
Norm!
assumptions made when they use the transit of Venus to calculate the distance to the sun. You can't make any assumptions when you're calculating distance. You either need to know its actual size or you need to know the actual distance. And neither.
You need to know the actual distance to confirm the actual distance?
Are unknown. But if you make two assumptions, then you can plot out how far away and how big Venus is, and
What's the assumptions?
you get the rest of the solar system done too. Do you know what the two assumptions were that were made by
Oh, he's going to ask that rhetoric. I asked it rhetorically. Now he's going to get to it. How you like that, folks? Huh?
Christine Huygens when he calculated the distance?
Kristen Hugh. It's Huygens. Huygens. You got to get with the Dutch people. They're going to pronounce it correctly. I know I'm getting close. Hey, Betty, check this out. Huygens. Is that right?
Venus.
I'm actually not familiar with that. No.
He assumed
Shocking surprise.
that Earth was a sphere, applying our
Wait a second. Kristen Huygens he assumed the Earth was a sphere? Oh, shit. All right.
Tosthenes calculation for the circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
And he assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. And he
What? He assumed Venus was... So a light in the sky is the same size as the Earth that he doesn't know the size of? Oh, brother.
had absolutely diddly squat evidence to support that assertion. I could just as easily say that Venus is the size of Jupiter, or it's bigger than the Sun, but it's trillions
That's a good point.
of miles away. But the point is, he doesn't know how big or small these things are. He doesn't even know that the physicalities. All he knows is that there are light in the sky.
That is
an absolute fact. Very well done. Nicely articulated.
that is the second point. You're actually spot on with that. This first point, I would argue, and that's a separate argument entirely, that the assumption of the Earth being a sphere is a very good assumption.
Oh my God. Is a very good. Do you know what an assumption is? So if you put an adjective in front of the assumption, everything's hunky dory. Is that what you're going for here? Clown fuck. This guy doesn't know what an assumption. Let's see what an assumption is. Oh, we didn't get there yet. We're going to get back to him here in a second. An assumption. Something that you accept. This is from Dictionary at Cambridge. Assumption. Something that you accept as true without question or proof. Ladies and gentlemen, this fucking idiot doesn't know the meaning meanings of simple terms. Like third grade terms. He doesn't know the meaning. So it's a very good you accept it as true without question or proof. It's a good one. What the fuck? Assumption is the exactly same thing as a belief. From Oxford Dictionaries, an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. There you go. That's what this is. Same fucking thing. So it's a very good assumption. As long as I put an adjective, a little descriptor out in front of it, everything is just Bob's your uncle, right? He doesn't know what an assumption is. Fucking clown. Very good assumption. Why? Show us how it's very good to accept something without proof.
The assumption that Venus is not is the same size as the Earth. Yeah, he went out on a limb on that one.
He went out on a limb. Right there. There's Kristen Huygens. Right there. That's the limb he went out on. That's the action he's doing it on. Right there. Idiot. Unbelievable. Just guessing the size of a light in relation to what you're standing on, which he didn't know and no one else knew. Right? And still don't know. Clown.
He said, based on the assumption of Venus being the same size as the Earth, or relatively the same size.
Relatively the same size as the Earth. Relative to what? Oh, the Earth? Isn't that redundant? Dumb fuck.
Then this is the distance that I would get.
This is the distance that I would get if I make a claim without proof. This is what I would get. Well, thanks for that. That's quite helpful. Fucking moron.
And as it turns out, he's right.
Oh, as it turned out, right out of the blue, this guy's right. Oh my God, is he a dumb fuck? Did you listen to what you just said? That is, I don't even know they have a fallacy for that. Just plain stupid. I can't believe you said that. I really can't. I don't know. It's like me guessing the grain size of, of one of the pieces of dirt underneath Aunt Jenny's fucking tomato plants in Tupelo, Mississippi, and getting it exactly right. Fucking moron.
The size of Venus is roughly the size of the Earth.
Oh, really? It is. Can you demonstrate that? Yeah. We'll put that as a baseless assertion. He's not going to do it. Fucking clown.
Demonstrably shown this through satellite tracking.
Satellite tracking? What satellite? Show. Are you talking about satellites and the second law of thermodynamics violation? I don't think so, sunshine. But you need to demonstrate it, so, well, he isn't going to. I mean, like I said, he just makes, that's another baseless assertion. Did I mark that down? Yeah, I did. Yep. Village idiot. I told you, if you made another baseless assertion, you're going to be a village idiot. You are a village idiot, sir. Unless you support that horse shit. Just come out of your incoherent blowhole.
No. Right, so first off, if he doesn't make the assumption that Venus has got a size to it that's comparable to Earth, or...
How does he know what the size of the Earth is? How's he going to compare it to it?
He doesn't make the assumption that Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference.
Eratosthenes, oh boy. Well, to those fence sitters, Eratosthenes used elevation angles, right? You can't use an elevation angle on a fucking sphere or a globe. It has to be a horizontal plane. Go learn third grade geometry. That's the death knell to all this horseshit anyway.
Was a given value. Then he has got no idea what size the Venus light in the sky is. You can only see a light. So you can look at that light, and I can look at that light, and I can say, I wonder how close or far that is. And neither of us have got any idea whatsoever.
No truer statement has ever been said. That's exactly right. Good on you.
But if you make some assumptions, then all of a sudden you can then apply Kepler's third law in interplanetary motion.
Yeah, if you make an assumption, yeah, you can come up with just about anything. If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. My God, listen, you're a PhD astronomer. Where is the natural science at? Where is the expertise that you have? Why are we off now for greater than 15 minutes? Well, maybe not 7 minutes. Greater than 7.5 minutes, and I didn't hear anything about natural science just yet. Why is that? Appeal to authority. You're outside of the subject matter that you're supposedly, allegedly expert in. So all this is from you is an appeal to authority fallacy. I'm going to write that one down. Hold on a second. Yep.
And you've got the solar system. But if I say to you, don't make the assumptions, then you haven't got the solar system anymore. So are you saying that because you can make assumptions and then you can then do further research based on those assumptions to validate your position when you made the assumptions, that your assumptions are legitimate in the first place? Because I don't agree with you. They're not.
Was I on mute the whole time? Did you guys hear that? Hold on a second, man. I just looked down and that was on mute. Wait a second. Damn, we got 28 people on it. Is that it? How long have I been on mute? I'll watch the rest later. There's going to be a lot the rest. I wonder how long I was on mute. Oh, we're up at 52. Damn. How long was that? How many times did I stop and you didn't hear anything? Because I just suddenly looked down and it was red. Can somebody give me an amen out there? Were you hearing my discussion about this, Numpty? For the past couple times I stopped the video, please, somebody say something. Get off the subject in the chat. You weren't on mute. Thanks, Fiber Oats. Appreciate that. Ever. Good. I'm going to keep this line open.
Yes, I if I'm understanding you correctly, and I'm afraid this is going to bite me in the ass, but
everything's biting you in the ass up to this point, and this is, I'm telling you, this is just a silent whisper in the forest of azure. Well, I'll just let the people at the end make their call.
If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, then yes. So what ultimately happens is that in science, you frequently have to make certain assumptions. You then bear out the experiment or observations
bear out the experiment or observation. No, sunshine. It's experiment or nothing. Observation is the first step in the scientific method. In fact, it's not merely observation. It's observe a natural phenomena. You can't have a numpty dipshit scientist. Why are you calling me now? Hold on, guys. What? Hold on a second. Let me get out the chat. It looks like I'm being interrupted right in the middle of my damn presentation. What's going on out there, guys? 1 second. Let me get this out of here. I'll bet you see Butt called me. Told him he's obvious. Hallelujah. Nah, no one's making any complaints. Did you Butt call me? Well, I oughta. My word, Betty. You just did that so you get publicity. All right, let's get back here. Look, I lost my train of thought. What the hell did this crayon muncher say? 1 second, let me go back. 1553, we got to get 1547. There you go. Let's go.
In science, you frequently have to make certain assumptions.
Oh, we already destroyed that. He wouldn't know what science was. If it landed on his face, spun around, giggled, then whistled friggin' Dixie. And I just exposed you. Just with that right there, we don't need anything else. Clown fuck.
You then bear out the experiment or observations based.
Oh, that's where we're at. He thinks you can have observation or experiment. No, it must be experiment. Has to be experiment. Observation, like I said, must be observing a natural phenomenon. You can't have a numpty dipshit scientist looking at a fucking tree or a concrete noun and then coming up with a hypothesis. That's non sequitur. You have to observe a natural phenomenon, not just make an observation, right? And you must have experiment. Not just observation, experiment. You can't get around it. Do I have that marked in here? 1 second, guys. Oh, here it is. I even said it. Not or observation, you dumb fuck. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs. Listen closely. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation, not requirement of observation. The requirement of systematic experimentation, clown show. By the way, you'd faceplant fail 5th grade general science there, PhD in astronomer. You're finished right there. You're going to accentuate it here in a few. I'm going to love it.
Based on that assumption. And then you come up with a result. And then you say that.
So wait a second. You have an assumption, then you come up with a result. What the fuck? Citation, please. That's another basis. It's fucking stupid. It's non sequitur fallacy. And a baseless assertion fallacy. Those are getting kind of high. Those are leading the pack, by the way.
That based on these assumptions, if you're honest.
Based on these assumptions, based on things that you accept without proof, if you're honest. You can't make this shit up, folks. He's full on Discovery Channel. This is a PhD. I told you. What did I tell you from the fucking beginning? Yeah. This is, like I said, this is just a whisper in the forest of Azure.
Based on these assumptions, this is the results that I get.
That's so fucking stupid. It doesn't. Did I already get that as a non sequitur? I think I did. I'll let you go.
Then someone else will come by and basically.
Then someone else will come. Who? Why are you talking about these vague generalities? Why? Because you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. I told you that before. You're just making shit up. Everyone knows it. I mean, besides the ones that can't fog a mirror. I got you with that. But just to stop and listen to the words that are coming out of that blowhole, you're finished. You're a clown. I don't know.
come up with some people will reproduce your experiment to make sure that is accurate.
Somebody will reproduce the experiment. Why are they needing to reproduce the experiment? You said experiment or observation. Why would they need to reproduce the experiment when obviously or observation makes the experiment sacrificable? You can sacrifice it, right? The sacrificable word. I just made it a word. It's a damn word. Right? So you just contradicted yourself again. And a non sequitur. Doesn't follow.
And then others will come up with an independent means via
So others will come up with an independent means to what?
which to prove whether or not that assumption is
To prove an assumption? This fucking guy's into proving assumption. If you proved an assumption, get your ear close. If you proved an assumption, then it wasn't an assumption to begin with. You tracking with me, sunshine? Dumb fuck. My God. Does your mom know you're out during the day? I hope this fucker doesn't operate any heavy machinery. Even a car, even a moped. If this guy's in your, find out where he works. And if he's in your town and he's driving around with a simple moped, I'd move the fuck out. Right? I'd move. I'm serious. This is scary. Wait till this guy gets in the act.
is viable. And with Venus, that has been shown.
I can agree with that because your preface starts.
You can agree with all that horse shit? God, I just hope you're pandering to him, Anthony. Send me a message. Tell me you're pandering to this idiot. Because if you're not, we need a fucking intervention.
It started off by saying that if you accept that the distances are whatever based on those assumptions.
If you accept these distances based on it, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That, number one, it's not science. Number two, it's not even logically coherent.
Based on those assumptions, I would agree that is how would they appear.
You would agree that they would appear based on shit you can't prove. Maybe you're just pandering to him. If he's agreeing, let's see if he agrees.
But what if he'd have...
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he agrees. You're a fucking idiot. You should have exposed him right off the bat when he said that dumb shit. See what happens when you pretend to clown your way? There's people out here like me that can see you 1,000 light years away. I can smell your dumbass. All you had to say was you're a PhD astronomer and your goose was fucking cooked. Especially with me. I guess he doesn't know that.
Assumed that Venus was as big as, say, Jupiter, or as small as the moon. That would put Venus much closer or much further away. And then if you then plot out the solar system based on those assumptions that the different sizes, because he's assumed that they're bigger than or smaller than the Earth, Jupiter or Venus, then the solar system goes proportionate to those differences that you've assumed. So, yes, you're right to say that if you assume those values, then based on those assumptions, the solar system is a...
So, based on the shit that you accept as true without any proof, then sure, your story works out.
Accordingly. But you don't know that. You're putting values, you're adding quanta to a scale, but you haven't got the quanta values.
You're adding quantities. Don't say quanta.
You're just guessing them.
We're not just guessing. Huygens guessed, and then when we started...
Huygens guessed. Did you call that a guess? Or just abject speculation out from his...
sending radar signals to Venus.
Oh, God, we have another bouncing biscuit. Sending radar signals to Venus, eh? You're going to have to show that. I need the reference. I need the citation that states that. And then I need you to show us, you don't have to take us to the exact spot, but show conceptually how this is done. Because you're going to have to shine a fucking light through a medium that you think is a vacuum, That can't be a vacuum. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Number one right there. That destroys your entire appeal. Right here. The prosecution rests. You're fucking done. And anything you parroted from Wiki or the Discovery Channel that told you that. It's all over right there. Next, we'll pile on. You're going to have to show or validate the absolute one-way speed of light. That's the only way you can get a distance. An accurate distance. Right? You're going to have to show that. All right? So you're on your next live show. You're done with the first one. You're never going to get to this one. Right? You're finished. This is all abject speculation, another baseless. He's not going to do it. And he's not going to do it on his next live show or his next stream because it doesn't fucking exist. Unless he makes some bullshit up. He's good at that.
And actually timing that signals and getting a distance, then we knew, well, that was one little proof of, or one strong.
One little proof. Remember that, folks. He said there's a proof. Let me write that down. One little proof. Of course, it's not. I just debunked it. Right.
Strong piece of evidence that the.
Oh, one piece of proof. No, you said proof and evidence. Well, they're the same. Remember
assumption that Venus's size is roughly the same size as the Earth was correct.
Wait a second. You shooting a fairy tale light through a vacuum, which you think is a vacuum, it can't be. It's second law of thermodynamics violation. Tells you the distance and the size. Just like that, folks. He just made the therefore just like that. You're a fucking clown. Show that on your next stream. Every single fucking painful step. I want to see it. Somebody send me this dumb shit's video. Because I'm not following you, dude. Never did, never will.
Is it
So
good
you
assumption?
think you think
For cause.
the ping reflections to and from Venus were strong evidence that the Venus is as far away as what you claim?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me.
Yes.
I want to screen share so that we can go.
Yes. Remember I told you yahas and nahas? Yes. Yes, I do. Why? Fucking show. I'm in Missouri. You're going to have to show me. So fucking show. Another village idiot baseless assertion. Fucking idiot BallTARD moron.
Go through the actual evidence that is for the Venus ping radars, and you tell me how strong you think it is based on what's written here. This is from NASA's webpage. I'll put a link. I don't know where to put the link, but nasa.gov, history.nasa.gov. And what we're looking for, if I go to
So history.nasa.gov.
the top, it's called Fickle Venus, and it's to do with Jodrell Bank. Jodrell Bank happens to be about 15 miles away from my hometown, and I can get to it pretty easy. It's owned by the University of Manchester.
Oh, so what's its favorite color?
Which is my previous university. So, Earth. And if you ignore the fact that the Earth's physically moved its position, it says, now the guy that was in Jodrell Bank,
Obviously, I'm skipping through this because this is it's meaningless.
I was pointed to detect Venus. Then some 45 million sphere, it'll bend down a little bit, and then when it that they did or didn't take into account refraction, you take issue with that.
What? Refraction? What the hell does he doesn't know what refract. No BallTARD in the past 7 years. I've been asking him for 7 fucking years what refraction is. Not one defined it appropriately with citation and then showed a demonstration. Not one. They have no idea what it is. They're just refraction. Also, see my playlist, BALLBUSTERS on refraction, where I just take it and expose it worse than Mae West. Simply. I mean, a third grader could understand it the way I stripped it. So, who the fuck knows?
But when
guys are talking about
Cassini or Christine Huygens, when they
Huygens, that you know,
make assumptions, you don't have any problem with that. Why is it a double standard when I do it?
I make a problem with if someone
you make a problem with. What the hell does that mean? Like I said, folks, grammar. I need to see that fucking graduate certificate. I'm sorry, I need to see it. I mean, this is a joke. I mean, the 4-year-old across the street has better grammar than you.
someone clearly states an assumption,
Maverick, are you listening to this shit? He's probably sitting over there laughing.
I'll take that at face value. When there is an absence of evidence, I'm not going to assume that they didn't take into account something.
Here's more assumptions. He doesn't know what an assumption is, folks.
If they,
who are they?
if it's omitted, did they take into account wind factor? I don't know.
Wind factor. What are you now? Are you like a meteorologist or something?
So something that I want to ask.
They do say that
Oh, shut the fuck up, Norm.
Make an assumption.
Norm!
Sleepy, let me ask you a question.
Sleeping?
Is this an article you're reading, or is this a scientific paper that's peer reviewed?
He just told, that's peer review. Peer, what, like a pair? That's peer. He just told you in the beginning it was history, NASA.gov. Weren't you paying attention, Norm? I doubt it. Obviously you weren't. This is a history. Simple. A scientific paper. This isn't science, Norm. Why would this be a scientific paper on non-science? This isn't natural science. So thanks for bashing your face in with a fucking spade shovel there, Norm. I appreciate that. Peer review. What does peer review have to do with the scientific method? On your next stream, have this knuckle dragon numpty nitwit come on and show how peer review is part of the scientific method there, South Parks.
Because if it's an article, they're not going to bring in every...
It's an article. We already stated that. If you were paying attention and not Googling yourself, you would have realized that they said in the beginning this was a history. Fuck.
everything that they've done. If it's a scientific paper, they will tell you everything.
Shut the fuck up.
Thing that they've done so that it can be properly peer reviewed.
So everything so if the scientific paper was peer reviewed, it would say anything that would get it properly peer reviewed. This fucking guy. This is just, like I said, this is another whisper from the forest of Azure. You're not going to believe the shit that comes out of this dumbass's mouth. Hopefully that's it.
This is a document from NASA describing how they...
This is a history.
Yeah, you already stated that in the beginning. This is like talking to my sister's kids.
And actually, Anthony, if you could read the last sentence of that first paragraph for me, please.
Oh, God.
All uncertainty was swept aside when JPL obtained the first unambiguous detection of echoes from Venus in 1961.
Yeah. So whatever you're talking about, they probably, you're right, they probably failed. They probably did something inaccurate, which this describes probably in very good detail. But that does not mean that they, in 1961, they actually got radar signals from Venus, which...
Oh, really? Just because they said it right here, then they actually did it there. South Parks. Pretender clown fraud. Just because they said it. Well, I know people say shit out their ass for days. Right? They can't support it. That's another baseless assertion. Are you going to show that during your next stream? I want to see this Jet Propulsion Laboratory from their echoes. That's probably bouncing off the funhouse mirrors between their ears from Venus in 1961. We're going to need to see that, right? But right now, it's a baseless assertion, again, that you're just mindlessly parroting.
Illustrated its distance.
So what you're about to say then is that no matter what I bring back to you, because it says that it was unambiguous in the first paragraph, you're going to accept that it was unambiguous, regardless.
Oh, brother, let's skip.
Or to keep themselves in business.
I'm saying that from a credibility perspective, there is no way to be naturally unbiased.
So how do we...
What did he say? He said something about...
in business.
I'm saying that from a credibility perspective, they need to show successful results to justify their existence. Therefore, they have a bias. Therefore, you have to take them with caution because they are biased in favor of their own success.
So, who would you not say has a bias?
Who would you not say has a bias? I suppose all humans, each and every one of us, has a bias. I would suppose that. I'd probably be pretty accurate. What's your point?
Well, when we're talking about woo-woo land, nobody, because if I do a test, you'll say that I'm biased against it. If you do a test, I'll say you're biased in favor of it. So there is no way to be naturally unbiased.
Naturally unbiased, just do an experiment. That's what the scientific method was created for. To get rid of bias. Opinions, speculations, the subjective. That bias is subjective. The scientific method is objective. It's empirical. It's the antithesis of that. That's why it was created. There, dumb fuck. Why would you ask a question like that? Aren't you allegedly a scientist? Fucking clown.
So how do we take anyone seriously then?
You don't. If it's science, then you don't have to take anyone serious. You look at the experimental results after you evaluate the design. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with what they say, so you can get Jedi fucking mind tricked. That's what idiots do. They listen to village idiots like yourself, right? And they don't go and validate it or vet it, right? That's why the scientific method was created. For those subjects that are context related to it, you just go to the experiment, right? Check out the experimental design. If it's good, you look at the experimental results, bam. That clown.
Well, this is why we look into what they actually did to see, can we objectively accept or maybe say...
Objectively accept. No such animal.
You know what? Maybe it wasn't as clear-cut as what they claim it was, and obviously that you've been influenced by that last line in that first paragraph, and perhaps they didn't get it as clear as what they say.
So, because they failed once, we shouldn't accept that they failed or they succeeded.
Who cares what they did? It doesn't matter any fucking way. This isn't science. Let's move on.
Any other time? The statement says that they unambiguously succeeded in 19...
Hang on. Where is it? It says something about 6... There you go, 5 minutes. So if you don't have those assumptions and you say that Venus is significantly closer and significantly smaller, that time it takes for the ping reflection might only be 5 seconds. You know what I mean?
They didn't see the 5 seconds. They saw a return in 5 minutes, exactly as it was predicted.
As it was predicted. Is that a scientific prediction? If it is in your next show, of course you don't know what a scientific prediction is as an alleged scientist, which is a belly laugher. I want to see the prediction. First, define a scientific prediction, and then I want to see this prediction identified in your next presentation. You ain't going to do it now, so it's a baseless assertion. In fact, it's non-fucking sequitur, but you don't know that yet. Hopefully you will. I doubt it. I'm going to mark it as a non-sequitur because you can't recover from it.
They never looked there. They used Christian Huygens and they used...
point of order, Your Honor, it's Huygens.
Cassini, and they used Eratosthenes, and based on those 3 assumptions or those 3 claims that those 3 people made, they basically looked at around that 5-minute mark for the reflection.
No, they didn't. I can tell you.
So, nuh-uh. This is another yaha or nuh-uh, folks. That's what this is. Nuh-uh.
How science is done.
That's not how science is. He thinks this is fucking science.
What they did was
when you say science,
a chart recorder like this.
There's his science, folks. He pulls out a sheet of paper with a fucking graph on it. This is his science, natural science. That's what it is. I mean, Mae West is blushing.
They stuck it on. This is a radio signal.
Oh, this is a radio signal. That sounds sciencey.
This radio signal, I stuck it. I pointed it at the ecliptic plane or the galactic plane
You pointed at the ecliptic plane, really?
Of the Milky Way.
Of the Milky Way. What, of a candy bar? That's the only thing you're pointing that shit at. What a clown.
And I waited.
You waited. Yeah, we're waiting too.
I waited and I waited. I took a calibration.
He waited and waited and waited. Oh my God. What can we classify this as? Batshit insanity? Nah, I won't classify it as anything. Let's roll.
Single, and I waited until I got to the actual plane of the galaxy and recorded
The actual plane of the galaxy. You did that. Show it again. We want to see this on your next live stream.
an H1 measurement.
You got an H1 measurement. Boy, everyone knows what that is. What's fucking H? Humpty Dumpty?
So you said that you can tell me how science is done.
Yeah, right. And dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
We need a definition for science, and we need to compare and contrast it with pseudoscience.
Oh, shit. We got to wait for that, folks. Listen, I'm going to take a break here for a minute. I got to go get something to drink. Something fucking heavy. Let's see what we got. No working model. You guys are arguing stuff, Eric. So listen, we're going to take a break here for a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to go silent because I'm by me onesie. But we'll be back here. Just stay tuned, man. Just relax. Smoke them if you got them. Turn the video. I can't turn the video back on. I'm not going to be here to go through it. Can we see the pen? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I can do that. Is that good? Are you satisfied now? Now I can't look at the chat. All right, I'll be back. Give me a couple minutes, man. All right, guys, I'm back. How you guys doing out there? Let's go ahead and take a look at chat, see if everything's kosher. Chat would like to see the yeah, we already dealt with that one. Stop the presses. He's funny. Yeah. Anything else up? Oh, we lost one viewer. All right. That'll do. Was that okay? That wasn't too long, man. I had to go make sure the house wasn't burning down. Cat wasn't in the microwave. You know the deal. All right. Plus, you cannot get 90-degree angles on a curve. That's correct. Void sword. So you guys are off on your own tangents as usual. When is the science? That's my question. I think he's going to get into it right now. He's going to pull a full Monty and a full Mae West and just expose himself just by, I don't have to do anything. I just let him speak. You know the routine. But let me relax. I got to get back in the zone. You're about to cross over into the numpty zone. Shit, we've been there for the past. How long have we been going? An hour and 40 minutes. Man, we're still green, man. I've got 0 drop frames. How about that? I told you that ISP provider, that guy that came by with that firm maybe, that's all I needed. We're good to go, man. There'll be a show tomorrow too. Then a show Thursday, and then BallBusters. It's all week, man. Right. I'm just fired up over that. What is the speed of a science? That's pretty funny. All right, let's see where we're at here. Let's get this. You want to get this thing rolling again? We only been through 20 minutes of this. There's 5 hours, dudes. All right, I think he's about ready to train wreck himself with science. This is hilarious. I can't. Mae West and the Hindenburger blushing.
So that we make sure that we are actually doing science when you claim we're doing science. Okay. And one of the things that science requires, other than observation, is experiment. Pseudoscience says a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Now, the problem that we've got is when you say I can explain how science is done. Yep. If the word experiment doesn't come out your mouth, then you're not describing science. You're describing something else.
You hear him? He said, or observation before he started drinking his blue-green shit here. When Anthony said, he's going to say it again, but I just wanted to point it out in case you missed it. Anthony told him, experiment better come out of your mouth. And he said underneath it, or observation. He's going to do it again. Listen closely.
Or observation.
There he goes again. Or observation. So, to him, to have natural science, you either have experiment or observation. Everyone understand that? Listen up.
No, it's both. It's not one or the other. It's both.
Give me a Google me up a definition of scientific method.
Google you up. Google yourself. I'm sure you do that often. Why should we Google? Shouldn't you be able to tell him point blank as an alleged scientist that you're going to let us know that you are? What exactly the scientific method is precisely? Why should he Google it up? So you can sit back and train wreck yourself like you just did with experiment or observation that everyone heard. You said it twice. Google you.
Definition of science: the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and the behavior of the physical and natural world. This is the key bit. Through observation
and experiment.
And experiment. Yes, not or. Do you know the difference between and or? That's what I'm saying, folks. You have a PhD here that doesn't understand the meaning of simple terms. That's what the problem is here. He's a retard. So look at him. He makes it a point to say and experiment, reads along with Anthony. You just train wrecked yourself. Another contradiction. Fucking clown. My pen stopped writing. There we go. Have to shake that thing.
Yeah. So it's not observation or experiment, is it? It's observation and experiment.
No one is saying it has to be one or the other.
You just did. Oh my God. You did. You said it twice. Experiment or observation. You just did. You're fucking exposed. Thanks. Appreciate that. Clown fuck.
That's just saying
observation. You did just 2 minutes ago, but The point is that if it's not got an
Yeah, he
experiment,
did
it's
2 minutes ago. The point didn't. No, that was the point, not this upcoming point. That was the point. He's fucking. You should have just stayed there, and just beat that thing to death. Because he's finished. You're finished, clown fuck. Right there. Well, you were finished when you started. You'll never recover.
failing to adhere to scientific method because it's not got any experiment to apply scientific method to, then by definition it's pseudoscience.
No.
So when you've got your graph there,
be careful with that. Be careful with that one right there. Something has to be claimed as science first to be categorized as pseudoscience. Like badminton, it's not pseudoscience. It never claims to be science, but it doesn't follow the scientific method, right? But it's not pseudoscience because the people backing it don't claim it to be science. So something has to be claimed to be science that doesn't follow the scientific method. Like this says, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Right? So it has to portray itself first as natural science to be even available to categorize it as pseudoscience. It's pedantic, but important point.
when you've got your graph, is that science? Is it a measurement of something?
Is it science? Is his graph science? Look at him. He's bobbing his head up and down. Fucking clown. Thanks, Mae West. You're finished. You're finished. You'd fail 5th grade general science. A head first face plant into the drained cement pond. You're going to do it over. That, like I said, we're just 29 minutes in. This is a 5-hour long train. It's like a slow motion train wreck of a friggin' snowball dumpster fire rolling down the mountain. Norm!
Therefore, an observation. Right, now, is there an experiment that goes with that complies with scientific method? Or is it just a recording of something and you're calling it science?
So
Look at him Look at him with his head back. Next thing will happen, his fucking head will start spinning around. Eyes will roll up in the back of his head and fucking locals come flying out of his fucking ears. What a clown fuck.
let me
Let me speculate. Let me sit back and dream up some horse shit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not flat earthers by now, you need to have your heads examined. Because this is pure pretender clown horse shit from a PhD astronomer. This is a belly laugher. This is one of the high priests of your religion, BallTARDS. Baby Huey's over in the corner, fucking bellied over with a severe case of tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome over this fucking performance.
where is it said? Please, and Google it if you want.
Where is it said? And Google it. Google yourself. Where is it said? And Google it. What a fucking pretender clown.
It said that an experiment must have an independent and dependent variable.
Thank you very much. Where was the subject brought up that an experiment has to have that? He never stated that. The subject was whether experiment was needed to complete the scientific method, not what it has. So you have sort of an agenda here, right? Because he never brought that up. Should I deal? That's just a stupid red herring fallacy. I'm glad I caught that. 1 second, guys. It's a red herring fallacy. Where does it state that an experiment has to have independent and dependent variable? I'll chase that red herring fallacy to fucking expose your dumbass. All right. So. Oh, where does it say that bread must have carbohydrates in it? I want a citation that breads must have carbohydrates in it. If you can't show me one, then breads don't have to have carbohydrates in it. You fucking idiot. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to train wreck you forever right here. You ready? From Penn State, experiment. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent, independent, control. You forgot about the third one. Do you remember what he said? Show me, Google me, something that says an experiment should have or must have a dependent or independent variable. Yeah, he forgot control because he doesn't know what a fucking experiment is. From Explorable.com, it's a research organization. There are 3 important variables that you must remember when you are designing your experiment. Independent, dependent, control. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables. Control, independent, dependent. From mytutor.com, UK GCSE Chemistry. What are the 3 main variables within a scientific experiment? Independent, dependent, control. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. Independent, dependent, control. From BioLibreText, an experiment generally tests how one particular variable is affected by some other specific variable. The affected variable is called the dependent variable or outcome variable. The variable that affects the dependent variable is called the independent variable. It is called the dependent variable, or it is called the manipulated variable because this is the variable that is manipulated by the researcher. Any other variables, that's our control variables, that might also affect the dependent variable are held constant. So controls are constants. Duh. So the effects of the independent variable alone are measured. You want some more? From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, you numpty dipshit, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. How you like that? From the National Science Teachers Association, when it comes to conducting a scientific experiment, there are 3 components that are very important. They are variables, constants, and controls. Let's take a look at each. Dependent, independent, controls / constants. From the University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is very manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. You see it. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DB is the consequent. From OpenText BC, notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. So, if it must involve the active intervention of a researcher, then you must have an independent variable. Game, set, fucking match. You would fail 5th grade general science. Their PhD astronomer. How you like that, clown fuck? That's what you get for being a pretender clown fraud.
3 constituent parts of an experiment.
Google me that.
IV,
I want to
control.
see that in writing. I want to see that it must.
Yeah, it must. I just showed you. Just showed it. How many citations was that? Let's see. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. I didn't get to the Institute of Physics again. You're finished. Thanks, by the way.
Must. Not that it has, but must.
That's a law of identity violation. It doesn't tell you, just like my bread example. Show me a citation that bread must contain carbohydrates. I need you to show me that. This is just Elmer Fudd sophistry. You're fucking screwed. It's all over. It was all over a long time ago, but
Have an independent and dependent variable.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Hindenburg. And you're entertaining this fucking idiot. Look at him. Look at him
Right,
bouncing back and
parts of a
forth.
scientific experiment.
Control yourself there, numpty dipshit. You're finished.
Let's get rid of that. Right, so 5 components of a well-designed scientific experiment. Are you ready?
Yep.
Now, this is from Sciencing. I would say that this is not strong evidence. I would say that it's persuasive. Is that
Sciencing is fine. It's not that it's persuasive. Sciencing is fine. You just have to evaluate, the merits of what they're saying. Right? You have to show an example of one. We're going to get to that here in a few. But what they're saying more or less lines up. There's a couple questions, faux pas, right? Because mainly they're just parroting science buddies.
I think that's
Where's that noise coming from?
not me.
Somewhere on here. Hang on. Oh, it's that. Sorry.
That's all right.
What was I saying then?
You consider
Hold on.
this to be good, but not exclusive, sort of.
Yeah, because it's sciencing.com. Now, I don't know who writes sciencing.com, but when
Your sister.
when it's lacking an edu.citation with it, I'm always a little bit more dubious.
That's not a bad position to take. If you're not an expert in the subject.
Because this could be written by you, it could be written by Norman, or it could be written by a flat earther
Norm!
and tailored accordingly to based on whether you accept science to be experiment based or whether you accept it to be observation based only. So it depends on where it comes from. But this one says,
I agree.
looks like
You
it's
need
aimed
to
at
be
kids
very
middle high
critical
school.
about your sources. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. But based on what it says, let's see what it says.
Oh, we got a big problem right here. Observations in question. There is no question. This is science, buddies. There is no friggin' question. There's a supposition. That supposition is right here. It's a predictional supposition in a natural cause and effect relationship. Simply. Contains an independent, dependent variable. That's what a hypothesis is. So there is no fucking question.
Observation and question. Observation. So we're all right with that. We've got the observation, right? Hypothesis. Hypothesis is a prediction of the outcome,
A predictional supposition.
which is generally stated in a complete sentence.
That's not
Yes.
what I wanted to do. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
So the
not knowing
hypothesis
that.
uses the observations made before the experiment to make an educated assertion. That's what I
Yeah, they could have been more specific. The observations is observe a natural phenomena to get the dependent variable. They should have been a little bit more specific there. It's not wrong. It's just, I'm searching for, a little bit more detail.
did with my egg test, wasn't it? We observed that some things appear to sink, some things appear to float, some things appear to be suspended within their medium. We see
That's true.
suspended particulate matter all the time, plankton and pieces of wood and whatever. But it uses the observations
Driftwood. That's Tony Purcell.
made before the experiment. So on this citation, and I'll concede this is only one, but it's clearly referencing you make the observation first, then you do the experiment.
I am not disputing that fact or that aspect of the scientific method.
But you've
What aspect? He really didn't say anything.
asked me for a specific citation that said that experiment was included as well as observation, and that's one.
I said it must say an independent and dependent variable are the only way to define an experiment.
Yeah, I already did that with 10 citations. You're finished. You'd fail 5th grade general science. An experiment is a hypothesis test. A hypothesis contains an independent and dependent variable. You're finished. It's all over. In fact, you might fail 3rd grade intro to general science at this point.
Okay. Well, they're the constituent parts of an experiment. So let's go back to that citation and see, because I forgot that you asked about IV and DV.
We don't need it. I already showed it, so this is a waste of our time.
And then
Yeah,
typically science is now done with
reification
modeling.
and correlation.
Typically, science is done with modeling. Citation, please, and a demonstration. I want you to define a model, and then I want you to demonstrate it, how it fits in the scientific method. That's a baseless assertion. It's also a reification fallacy. We're going to get to that specifically here in a few minutes. You don't know what a model is. You're just parroting Wiki or fucking Discovery Channel. This is pathetic.
And what is wrong with correlated data?
Correlation is not causation. Experiment and the scientific method exclusively deal with causation. What's wrong with correlated data? Let me spitball. You have 10,000 roosters. And all of a sudden, like around 6 a.m. right before sunrise, they all start crowing. And then the sun rises. Did the roosters crow cause the sun to rise, or is it just a correlation, you fucking moron? That's what's wrong with correlation. Next block of instruction, how to sit down. Then point at a fucking horse.
If you can show that correlated data is correlated because of a physical causal effect,
if you can show that correlated data is correlated because of a causal effect, then it wouldn't be correlation. It would be causation.
between the two objects, or between the two.
No.
Between the two objects. What fucking objects? The funhouse mirrors between your ears. The left side and the right side. Or the piece of horse shit in between.
The opposite of a correlation. A correlation doesn't have a physical causative fact.
Yes, it can. It doesn't have to, but it can.
No,
Well,
it can.
but it doesn't.
No, it can't. Causation and correlation can't be bridged. It's a category error. We knew this. I don't know when I learned correlation is not causation. It's fucking a long time ago. Perhaps junior high? Maybe? Dumb fuck.
It doesn't identify or prove it. It correlates the data with the observed result. So
No,
I'll give you an
that's when
example.
you look into the physical underpinnings of what's going on. For example, climate change. We know
The physical underpinnings of what's going on in climate change. What the fuck does that have to do with anything about correlation and causation? Not climate change. You're going to start off with that horse shit. It's nonsense. What you said was non sequitur. I mean, that's self-evident. It's fucking stupid.
that that CO2 gas and we know that temperature are correlated. The two
CO2 gas and temperature are correlated. Really? Are there any other alleged greenhouse gases other than CO2? This is just fucking nonsense.
those two things are ramping up at
They're ramping up. Really, show that.
at exponentially high growth, or yeah.
At exponentially high growth, yeah. What are you trying to convince yourself? No.
Yeah, but we also know that CO2
and we know that
also know that
CO2
CO2
contributes
is
to
plant
global
food.
warming. So
We know that CO2 can, number one, global. You don't have a fucking globe. So that's begging the question fallacy. Global warming. So if this is science, then you would show an experiment identifying the cause of the effect. Can you do that for us on your next stream?
We also know that CO2 is plant food. So let's not go with something contentious. Let's go with something that's not contentious. Let's go with smoking. Let's go with smoking.
Smoking.
I think most people do accept that smoking
Smoking. What the? This isn't natural science.
causes cancer.
not everyone, but yes. All
Oh,
right.
brother.
MC Tune, we don't prove anything. We give
MC. Wait a fucking second right now. Hold on a second. 3542. 35. Oh, that's way back there. It's so hard to get. Give me a damn number, YouTube. Let's try that.
Contentious. Let's go with smoking. Let's go with smoking, because I think most people do accept that smoking causes cancer.
Not everyone, but yes. All right.
So Antonio Subirats was a smoker, and he got throat cancer and
Rest
died.
in peace.
Yeah.
Thank you. This isn't natural science.
And he did die of cancer. Thankfully, so far, most people don't throw him under the COVID bus, but nonetheless, he did die of smoking-related illness caused by smoking, and it was cancer that killed him, and it was of the throat.
No. See, that's the problem. Is if you want to be very specific, smoking didn't kill him, cancer killed him, and we can say that more than likely his smoking, or we can say that his smoking contributed.
What the fuck is this? You got to be kidding me. What are you, some type of fucking carnival clown? Yeah, you are. That wasn't rhetorical.
Contributed to his risk of getting cancer, but no one can prove to you that smoking is what caused his cancer. It could have been genetic.
This is against your argument that observation can be the causative fact, because you said that if we do an observation and we correlate, then we can prove with a causative fact that something did cause something.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you caught him. Then he starts shaking his head. No, you're fucked.
I said prove, I highly misspoke.
You highly misspoke. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, you did say prove. Remember, I marked it down. I told everyone to listen to it. You said prove.
As to quote MC Toon, we don't prove anything.
What the fuck? What? You are a PhD astronomer, and you're citing McBooger Eater? Oh, we've reached a new fucking low. This is like an established scientist, which he's not. This is like Richard Feynman citing Daffy Duck. That's how bad this is. You got to be fucking kidding me. So science doesn't prove things. Is that what you're saying?
Anything. We give evidence. And with climate change,
you give, so it doesn't prove anything. We give evidence. Like I told you before, folks, he doesn't understand the meaning of simple fucking words. Science doesn't prove anything. We're going to get back to that. We're going to get to that. Where do I got this at? That's a good damn question. We already went over that. Proof and I'm looking for proof and evidence. That's not it. Why don't I have that closer? Sorry, guys. Like I said, I just snatched these up and put them in here. Thank you for your patience. There we go. So there's no proof, but there's evidence. That's what he said. More or less. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Crayon Muncher. Proof is evidence. From Merriam-Webster. Evidence. An outward sign, indication. B. Something that furnishes fucking proof. From Oxford Dictionary's proof. Evidence. First fucking word out the gate. Evidence. Duh. From Collins Dictionary, proof. Test by experiment. There you go. Proof synonyms. Confirmation. Evidence. You see this? Monkey fuck. Validation. You're finished. Right there. Let's roll back up here because we're going to be dealing with this. Fucking moron.
We know that there is a physical or that CO2 physically traps heat. And if we know that CO2 physically traps heat, and if you have more CO2...
CO2 physically traps heat? What the fuck does that mean? I haven't a clue. On your next stream, please go into some detail about, first, define CO2. Show it if you can. Define heat. And then show CO2 trapping. This is fucking moron. Another baseless assertion. Non sequitur. Is there any other? They don't even have a fallacy for this shit. It's so stupid.
In the atmosphere, it may
Atmosphere. No, sunshine. That's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you'd fail first grade. I'm serious. First grade intro to natural science. If we need to go there, we will. First grade. Literally.
makes sense that you would see the atmosphere get hotter.
There he goes again. Well, you said atmosphere again. That's another contradiction. The atmosphere get hotter.
Okay, so when you said then, MC Toon says that we don't prove things in science, essentially. But let me just stand corrected. You did not say the word proof. I said that in error.
No, he did. Remember I pointed it out earlier? You just missed it. That's all right. I won't hold it to you.
You didn't say prove, but what you did
Yeah, he did.
say was if we have correlative observation, then it shows that there is a causative agent. That was what you said.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. It can or it can't. One of the
It can or it can't. Well, thanks for that. What a doofus.
things
No,
I
it
love.
can never show causative agent because you haven't manipulated the presumed cause.
It couldn't show causative agent because it's mere correlation. Correlation is not causation. Duh.
See, that's where we're getting back to the IVDV thing.
Yeah, we already spent time on the IVDV thing. You're a fucking clown.
Why is it you have to manipulate anything?
Why is it that you have to manipulate anything? Like the independent variable? Because it's required for the scientific method, you fucking clown. Let's get to this. I know it's in here somewhere. Aha! Manipulation. Why do we need to manipulate anything? So, the manipulation of the independent variable. So, from California State, just to preface the topic, the key word is testable. Uh-oh, hold on a second. Am I being quiet enough? Okay. You see, I'm being quiet enough, folks. I can roll on. So, like I said, to preface this, the manipulation of anything. Fucking clown. From California State University, the key word is testable. That is, you will perform a test of how two variables might be related. This is when you are doing a real experiment. You are testing variables. So, that fucking numpty dipshit, Elmer Fudd, Mae West exposure type, why do we need to manipulate anything? Well, let's see. From Open Text BC, notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. You're fucking done right here. It's all over for you as a PhD astronomer. You're a fuckwit. But we'll pile on. From the Office of Research Integrity, back to this one again, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable. You see that, numpty dipshit? To determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. Fucking duh. From BioLibra, text an experiment. We already went over this. Generally test how one particular variable is affected by some other specific variable. The affected variable is called the dependent variable or outcome variable. The variable that affects the dependent variable is called the independent variable. See that? It is also called, it's in its own fucking name, the manipulated variable, because, listen closely, this is the variable that is manipulated by the researcher. Fucking duh. From California State University, independent variable. An independent variable is a factor that is intentionally, getting more specific, varied by the experimenter in order to see if it affects the dependent variable. Colorado State, right in the fucking definition of independent variable, is manipulated. can't make this stuff. This is that. Like I said, you see this? This is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. This is a perfect metaphor. Independent manipulated variable. The variable changed by the scientist. What the investigator is testing. Duh. From Rutgers University, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is manipulated by the researcher, for fuck's sake. How many times? From the University of Southern California, independent variable. The variable that is stable and unaffected by other variables you're trying to measure refers to the condition of an experiment, what we're talking about, that is systematically, how you like that one, manipulated by the investigator, dumb fuck. It is the presumed cause. From University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. We're not done yet. Indiana University. The independent variable. These are felt to cause some change in the dependent variable. They are what? Manipulated by the researcher. Institute of Physics. Independent variable. The variable that is, here we go again, deliberately changed by the experimenter. From sciencing, remember the one you thought, Anthony, remember sciencing back there. Yeah. Independent variable. The variable that scientist changes during the experiment is the independent variable. The scientist changes, or he manipulates it. This is really good. Listen up to this one, folks. Let me get your attention. Open text PC. Of course, there are many situations in which the independent variable cannot be manipulated. What happens then? For practical or ethical reasons. Okay. A little more color. And therefore, you see this fucking word right here? An experiment is not possible. Turn out the lights. Party's over. They say that all good things must end. And you're ended, you pretender clown numpty dipshit. You're a pretender clown. It's all over. You're a fraud. Set. Don't need to go any further. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Most of them by universities. You're finished. Clown fuck.
Because that's the definition of the independent variable. I put
Can
10.
you- Well,
I put
no.
10 citations for the IV in my video for the egg test. Have you not seen it?
But the thing is, give me a citation that says an IV is necessary for
Ah!
a proper experiment.
Yeah, I already did 12 of them. You're a fucking idiot.
Well, if you
And exposed more than Mae West. Like I said, the Hindenburg's blushing.
don't have an IV in an experiment, so you want to citate, right? Okay, I can. But if I've just gone to the first one, IV and DV. In research, variables are any characteristic that can take on different values such as height, age, species, exam score.
What the fuck is this? This isn't natural science.
Scientific research, we often want to study the effect of one variable on another. For example,
That's true.
you might want to test whether students who spend
You're not testing students. That's not natural science. This is horseshit.
more time studying get better exam scores. The variables in play are called, there we go. The variables in a study of cause and effect relationships are called the IV and the DV. The IV is the
Yes, that's true, but this isn't natural science.
cause, the DV is the effect. Well,
Duh.
if you're not going to have those two values in an experiment to demonstrate the cause of a
You cannot have those two in an experiment. An experiment is a hypothesis test. A hypothesis test contains an independent and dependent fucking variable. This is all nonsense.
then what is it that you're actually going to be thinking that you're doing if it's not going to be an IV?
Speculating pseudoscience. That's what you're going to do. You're going to be making up fucking stories. That's all they got are stories.
DV relationship? What is it going to be?
So in this case, CO2 levels.
Oh, God. Back to fucking CO2 levels.
are the independent variable that
CO2 levels are the independent variable. So an independent are the wait a second. Are the independent variable it's what you're going to manipulate? The CO2 levels on Earth? I don't fucking think so.
are being manipulated by human activity.
No. Not by human activity. The independent, we need to go over this again. We do. The independent variable is not manipulated by human activity there, Sunshine. The researcher manipulates it. Manipulated by the researcher. Intentionally varied by the experimenter. Not human activity, you fucking bozo. Changed by the scientist. Varied or manipulated by the researcher. Systematically manipulated by the investigator. Varied or manipulated by the researcher. You're finished. Yeah, that's it,
increases
Anthony.
the dependent variable. And when I say this, what I'm talking about is we can look at past geologic history to find out.
You can look at past geologic history. Who the fuck are you, Doc Brown?
Out pre-humanity.
Fucking pre-humanity. Show that on your next live stream. I want you to show pre-humanity. I mean, we're already showing pre-fucking intellectualism from you. I want to see pre-humanity.
We can look at what the CO2 is doing.
You can look at what the CO2 is doing. Look at this fucking clown. How can you look at this what the CO2 is doing pre-humanity? I want it. That's a fucking contradiction. And like second grade non sequitur. Hold on, folks.
For natural sources, volcanism.
For natural sources, what does that have anything to do with your point? Volcanism.
Plant landmass or biomass regeneration and
Plants, landmass, what the fuck?
and decay. We can look at that.
And decay. We're watching you decaying right now.
We know what the CO2 should do.
We know what the CO2 should do. This is all fucking non sequitur. All of it. Nothing follows. He's just making shit up.
Get with the how those two things should relate.
So the CO2 gets with the temperature. PG or R?
Once we get into the human side of things, we see that with the Industrial Revolution, we burn through more.
What the fuck? I thought you were a PhD astronomer. What are you giving us the lowdown on the Industrial Revolution for? Appeal to authority fallacy. Most won't catch that. All right.
More fossil fuels. We add more CO2 to the atmosphere.
Fossil fuels. What the fuck is that? You burning fossils? On your next stream, this whole fucking convoluted piece of horseshit you got here, I need you to get into some detail. Right? I need to see that relationship between CO2 and temperature.
Therefore, so we are manipulating.
Oh, he's getting to therefore after all that horseshit. Therefore, what? After manipulating the CO2, which is not an independent variable, we just showed you that.
The IV, we are getting a DV. That is the that is.
Oh, you're getting a DV when you manipulate an IV. No, it goes the other way around, you fucking numpty dipshit. You first observe a natural phenomena that's dependent variable, the effect. And then the supposition or your hypothesis contains an educated guess what the independent variable might be. Your ass backwards.
All right. So let's apply what you've said, and we'll apply it to this real world case example. And you.
Oh shit. We're not provide. No, this is emission zone from what?
Tell
Wait a
me how
second.
you interpret based on this evidence and based on the actual information that we give. You tell me what we should interpret from this.
Sure.
I'm from obviously England, London. Where are you? Are you in America?
Are you from England? You sure about that?
Or
Virginia, United States. Yeah.
Virginia, people in Virginia, get the fuck out. Anyone attending this guy's university, he's teaching students. If your kids are involved with anything, even remotely in his general vicinity, get the fuck out. Now, ask for a refund. You have probable cause.
Okay. So basically, in London, we've got this thing called the. Let me just put this into a Google browser because I've got this big, massive banner on the front here that I don't want.
What the hell are we doing
Stick that
here?
to there. Paste.
Sorry, folks. I just reviewed this once, so.
So we've got two forms of taxation in London, central London. One of them is to do with the congestion, and one of them is to do with emissions.
This doesn't have anything to do with natural science. Hold on, folks.
Should it have? So let's play a game of hypothesis. We'll predict.
Hypothesis, that is a prediction, but this isn't natural phenomenon. I don't know, when I walk out in the wood line, I don't fucking trip over emission zones.
If we take off the most polluting vehicles and charge them an exorbitant amount of money to go into London.
On that, simply because you're right. People will. How do we predict how many people will pay to
for fuck's sake.
Big amount of space, and they don't want these heavy polluting vehicles? We said, how do you know it's us? I mean, a justifying reason to do it, and the
God,
can in 2000.
This is going on for too long.
Feb 19, before it was introduced to the.
Just because it's only dropped 3%.
Norm, shut the fuck up.
That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It means
this document that was only released a few days ago said the null hypothesis. That's what it proves.
There is no hypothesis here. Not in natural science. Unless you're tripping over emission zones and fucking cars out in nature. I went to a 3D course the other day. I didn't trip over any fucking cars.
Sources and how much carbon is being produced via.
Brother.
And then if you do it and it doesn't do it, then you prove experimentally validated to be a demonstrate that you're not.
In our scientific community states that.
Scientific community? Where is that at? On your next stream, I want the address, email, or phone number. I have some questions and some poignant comments.
Why do you?
It's not true, dude.
Again, why? I respectfully, why?
Hold on a second. There has to be a question in here. I might have missed it. 5324. Let's go back here.
In our scientific community states that. In our scientific community states
Hold
that.
on a second, folks.
Where are you getting this from?
Where is he getting what from? Let's see. He'll probably say it.
Fine. I have a PhD in astronomy.
He has a PhD in astronomy.
Work with PhD astronomers and physicists.
You work with PhD astronomers and physicists. Well, the astronomers are definitely pseudoscientists, such as yourself. You don't even know what a fucking experiment or a hypothesis is. You work with physicists. This is more anecdotal fallacy. Post the names during your next stream. I want a name of the physicist you work with. Let's see if they're actual physicists.
I can tell you exactly how science is done.
He can tell us how exactly science is done. This fucking that dudes, I gotta take a break, Matt. Let me take a break. I'm gonna piss myself. Literally. Yeah, get here. Let's do this. Let's see how it's going out there. It's been a while. That's not it. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, there's 5 hours of this Fiber Oats. Obviously, we're not doing 5 hours. We're only at 52:23. This is going to be going on for a while. Yeah, PhD in flashlights. Yeah. Listen, guys, I need to take another break. Hey, Divergent Droid, thanks for taking care of the shenanigans out here. Give me 2 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. Okay, put them out. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead and smoke them if you got them. Damn, we lost some people. Sorry, guys. It took a while. Had to do a couple things, take care of a couple things that I wasn't anticipating. I'm not eating fiber oats, especially fiber oats. I wouldn't be doing that right now. All right, what else we got going on there? DD oil because, well, yeah, on atmospheric pressure it does. You want to see your name in orange? I don't know how you would do that. Okay, we going. Let's see how 2 hours and 36 minutes. I knew this would happen. All right, let me get back in the zone. Nah, there's no banana. I had to take care of a couple things. Everyone went to bed, and the cat's out there meowing, so I had to feed the cat, guys. Sorry about that. That's what took me the longest. Let me get back into it, man. Where are we at here? What time are we at? 52, 53. Yeah, I don't know where this is going. Probably somewhere stupid. If the last 42 minutes was any indication. This guy is so full of shit. Now, did you guys go get those fence sitters or hardcore ballers? I mean, these guys are your priests. This guy is your priest right here. No, that's not a euphemism. I was feeding the cat. The cat was hungry. Literally hungry. And I'm all by me onesie, man. So, I mean, you're going to have to put up with it. You know what, Divergent Droid? I haven't looked at that store in at least a year. So I don't know where you got that from. That's cool. Thanks for putting that out. Appreciate that. I should probably check that website out. All right, let's get back into this. We're starting to get into, instead of on the outskirts of science, in which we already compromised. Well, we didn't do anything. He compromised himself with simple hypothesis and experiment, along with independent and dependent variables, proof and evidence, any number of things. This is just icing on the cake. I mean, we're just going to be dancing over his friggin' grave. I think this is about to get stupid, if I remember correctly. I mean, stupid fur. If you don't know what fur is, don't worry about it. Get back into this. Hey, appreciate Divergent Droid. Thanks for taking care of things out there. So let's get back into this.
I don't want you to tell me. Give me one example of any a valid scientific experiment as an astronomer that you have ever partaken in.
Oh, that's the question. Well, not really. It's the question before that. For any astronomer, astrophysicist, or cosmologist, very simple. Listen up. Please post one viable scientific hypothesis, not the experiment, scientific hypothesis in the entire history of any of those disciplines. Just one. Just a single one. I'd like to see that. You know what, folks? It's not going to fucking happen. Because it doesn't exist. How you like that, fence sitters? There is not a single viable scientific hypothesis ever postulated by any of those disciplines. Not only those, let's make a complete list. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, there's not a single viable scientific hypothesis ever written in any of those disciplines for their entire histories. You got a big fucking problem right there. It's a belly laugher. It really is. Let's take a look at this. Where would I have that? Uh-oh. Your fucking goose is cooked. From Nature.com, like I said, the most prestigious journal on science, quote unquote, in the entire fucking world. Listen closely. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge, I'm right here, that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point. Do you get it? Do you need me to connect it? If they're the whole point of science, and none of the disciplines that I mentioned can even postulate a single viable hypothesis, then how the fuck can they be natural science? Hey? Riddle me that. Fucking all over. Thanks there, pretender clown physicist Sean Carroll. I appreciate that. You can talk the talk. You sure can't walk the walk, though. That's all right. I just needed you to talk the talk. It's all over. All over. Fence riders. It's all over right here. See that? All over, baby. Keep on chugling. Hey. Dumb fucks.
The problem with that is that anything that I give you, you're going to say is not a valid experiment.
Oh, really? So the problem with that, so you're divining the thoughts of a complete stranger on what he's going to do in the future. Like I said, you missed your calling, your vocation. Carnival. Barking for the yak woman, guessing people's weights, and then maybe you can graduate to being a pixie dust spreader on a tilt-a-whirl. You're a fucking clown. That's what we got from a PhD astronomer, folks. I don't have to do anything. I just have to just let him speak. He train wrecks himself every fucking breath.
I can tell you what is valid via my community.
All I'm going to do...
He can tell you what is valid by his community. Yeah, where's this fairy tale community at? Like I said, on your next stream, we need addresses, phone numbers. Well, an address because it's community, right? Singular. We need an email address, right? Because we need to contact your scientific, yeah, right, community. They don't exist, folks. He's just making the shit up. He's watching too much Discovery Channel.
All I'm going to do to demonstrate that you're not doing science is ask you what the hypothesis was. And if you don't...
All you need to do.
Don't state it as a, well, I thought this was going to cause that. And I like identify an IV and a DV. In astronomy, you can't do that. Then it's not science.
Exactly. Not only astronomy.
Science. It's not an experiment.
See, this is the point in that this is.
Oh yeah, we got the point.
This is what I ultimately want to get to. If I were.
Oh, this is what you ultimately wanted to get to. You'd be better off shoving a stick of dynamite up your ass and sitting on a bonfire. Fucking clown.
Surgeon, this is what I'd want to dig
a surgeon.
For is, again, you keep stating that there must be an IV, that there must be a DV.
Yeah, I showed you. How many times you need me to show you that shit? Unbelievable.
Thank you. No one in our scientific community states that.
Well, because it's not a scientific community, it's a pseudoscientific community at best. Yeah, they're not going to state that because They wouldn't know what science was, like I said, if it climbed up their collective arses and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. That's why.
Why do you?
Why do we? Because we know what fucking science is, or natural sciences, and the scientific method. That's why. You don't.
It's not true, dude. If you...
Again, why? I
Respectfully, why? I just showed you a number of times. We're not going to go back through them. Just rewind.
Why?
Why? Fucking idiot.
Okay.
You're going to look that up.
Look that up. Why wouldn't we need to even look it up? Isn't it prima facie self-evident? From 5th grade? I mean, I learned the scientific method in 5th grade. That was back many years ago, talking about mid-early 70s, right? They ain't going to teach you that shit in university. I never heard one word about the scientific method at university because I was expected to know it before I even got there. That's why.
Sure.
All right, so you're still on my page, right?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to hopefully... I've not looked at these citations for a long time because, to be honest, I've not been challenged on.
What the fuck are you doing? He's speaking to you. You're out there. You're looking at your chat saying hi. You're a fucking clown.
Them for a long time, so they might have broken links now because they're a bit old. But I'm going to cite from Rochester. Actually, I realized I've just remembered where this citation's gone. It's been removed from the university.
Oh, at that time it was removed by Professor Wolf's because the numpty fucking dipshit, the astronaut son M. Scott Vreech, called Professor Wolf's at the University of Rochester and told him that we were using his page as citation against the BallTARDS. And that fucking moron, Professor Wolf's, pulled it down. What he didn't know, what he didn't think of at the time, was many people had already cited it in scientific journals. So he got immediate blowback, and about 2 weeks after this, he put it back up on his website. We already went over a couple from University of Rochester. Fucking clowns.
University of Rochester. It's been re-put somewhere. That link's now old. Let me go to a different
It's good now.
one.
Okay.
Here we have scientific evidence. Let's see what this one says. Scientific evidence. I'm just trying to find where. Right, let's zoom in a little bit.
There it is right there. What is scientific evidence from the Law Dictionary? The testing of a hypothesis or theory that is objective and in a controlled environment. Yeah, that's more or less it. Could get more detailed, but yeah.
All right.
What are you searching down here for? It's right fucking here.
That document. Oh, there we go. So, what is scientific evidence? The testing
There we go.
of a hypothesis or theory that is objective and in a controlled environment.
That's the Law Dictionary?
Yeah, the Law Dictionary, you fucking clown. You see, in law, like in courtrooms and shit, they bring in actual scientists. I know this is profound. And they provide scientific evidence. Usually, it's the strongest of evidence that gets all the buttholes puckered in the courtroom, right? So they need to define what it actually is. So lawyers and judges, and then the jurors, if appropriate, know what the fuck it is. You follow that, crayon muncher? I doubt it.
Okay, so if you're not happy with that, let's go.
Okay, why wouldn't he be happy with that? For fuck's sake.
with something else.
Something
Oh,
else.
Eddie. Hey, Eddie.
He's still out in chat, greeting members coming into chat and shit. You might as well do that because your performance here is fucking pathetic. It's going to get worse, if you can believe it. Norm!
And Taddy?
Pardon?
Oh, it's friends of mine in the chat.
Okay.
Look at Anthony like, what the friends of yours? What the fuck?
Never been on my live stream before, so yeah. Sorry, I'm just excited. Anyway, go on.
You're excited. Is this excitement for you? You look like you should be picking up cans alongside of the road. Supervised, Mr. Excitement.
There we go. So this is from drexel.eu, right? Let's read what it says.
Drexel?
It says,
All right.
many learn the scientific method in high school. In graduate school, the only difference is there's no...
No. Oh, this speaks directly what I was talking about. How you like that? So this states from Drexel, many learn the scientific method in high school. It was grade school for me. I was back in the 70s. Comma. Or is that a period? I can't fucking see it. Too small. Could be a period. That I capitalized an N is too fucking small. Here, let me do this. Many learned the scientific method in high school. That's a period. So you kept going. That period means fucking stop. So many learned the scientific method in high school. Stop. In graduate school, the only difference is that there is no teacher to hold your hand. That's what I was fucking talking about. Exactly what I was talking about. In university, no one ever stated the scientific method to me, right? Because I was in an actual natural science discipline for number one. I was expected to already fucking know it for years. Right? So let's get this straight. Many learned the scientific method in high school, grade school. In graduate school, the only difference is that there is no teacher that holds your hand. Yeah. You're not going to hear it fucking not only graduate school, you're not going to hear it at university level. Undergraduate or otherwise.
Teacher that holds your hand, in other words, filters out pseudoscience from science, nor is there any step-by-step lab manual. Rather, it is the student researcher that must formulate the hypothesis or need, design, experiments, and ensure that proper data collection.
Yeah. If you wind up in a lab at university and you don't have a hypothesis, you're going to get fucking laughed out. Before the teacher even gets to you, that your peers are going to laugh you to fuck out. You're through. You're done. As a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
In essence, you are your own teacher and you write your own lab manual. Now recall, scientific method is hypothesis driven. One makes an educated guess to explain the...
I'm sorry, that's what Sean Carroll, remember the previous citation? That's what he said. The whole point is hypothesis, right? That's what this is saying also.
Cause and effect relationship. Experiments are conducted to test the guess and ultimately answer if the hypothesis is true or false. There is no right or wrong. Design is different from the scientific method. Design is needs-driven, with the goal optimally designing something to meet some demand. So we're not going to go on to that, for instance.
Holy shit. They just could have stopped. They could have provided a little bit more detail up there, but who gives a shit about the rest of it?
Well, hold on a second. Didn't it just say there is no right or wrong?
Yeah, it did. Was there somebody that said that it was right or wrong? Mr. Pointer? No. Yeah, there's no right or wrong because it's empirical. Right or wrong is subjective. Right? Of course no one's going to... What the fuck are you doing? Red herring fallacy. You think you got some kind of point here? Mr. Where's the independent and dependent variable in in an experiment? You fucking pretender clown.
Yeah, there's no right or wrong. You've got cause and effect. So
look at him munch it. Like what? Well, what's the deal? Well, I don't know. No one said it whether it was right or wrong. They just stated it. What's your point? Did you state whether it was that right or wrong was not applicable? I didn't hear that. Why are you bringing it up? Because you're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit.
The words cause and effect rather than right or wrong.
You challenged me for an experiment. Again.
Yes. While we challenged you for a viable scientific hypothesis, what the fuck you doing? You quoting some shit?
Valid. You're basically
Valid, yeah. A valid scientific hypothesis, yeah. It's a reasonable request. You don't even know what a hypothesis is, for fuck's sake.
just going to tell me no.
Here we go again. He's divining the future intents of a complete stranger.
So, I look at the
Barking for the yak woman, maybe? Yeah? Clown fuck.
light curve of Lambda Andromeda.
What? Lambda Andromeda? What was that? Okay.
Andromeda is a particularly magnetically active star.
Lambda Andromeda is a particularly magnetically active star. On your next stream, I want you to show that. I want you to demonstrate that. I want you to define magnetism also.
That light curve varies on a 56-day period.
Fucking light curve. What the hell is that? Yeah, we're going to need the complete scientific method with this clown show.
Sometimes the star is bright, sometimes it's dim, sometimes it's bright.
Sometimes it's bright, sometimes it's dim, sometimes it's bright. You know what this is like? This is like listening to Elmer Fudd at a metabolic pathway convention. That's what this is. You're a fucking bozo.
And it varies sinusoidally.
Sinusoidally. Really? Show.
The question is, I hypothesize that the...
Wait a second. The question is, I hypothesize. Well, a hypothesis isn't a question. It's a supposition. Remember, we went over that before. So that's a non sequitur. Hold on. Those are getting long in the tooth. Also, another couple baseless assertion fallacies. I hypothesize a question. What a fucking retard.
reason why the star...
You hypothesize a reason. All right.
gets brighter and dimmer.
Why a star gets brighter and dimmer. Oh, my God.
Is because of the rotational modulation of star spots.
It's because of the rotational modulation of star spots. What the fuck? So a star gets brighter and dimmer because of the rotational modulation of star spots. What the fuck is this? The Q-36 explosive space modulator? Oh, what the? How in the? Where? What? What? I don't know, folks. This is a fucking train wreck. Let's continue.
There are blacker...
So again, the rotation what?
There are blacker...
modulation
Did he say blacker?
of star spots. Star spots are coming into view, blocking out some of the light, and then moving out of the view.
What the fuck, man? So something is coming into your view and blocking the Lambda Andromeda. So something is coming into view. It's blocking your view. What the fuck, man? So let me get this straight. So my neighbor outside on his by his garage, he has a hose rack, right? A garden hose rack. Keep your minds out of the gutter. He has a garden hose rack. So what you're saying is that because, of parked cars or cars driving down the road, that the light curve, the reflected light curve in my situation, the reflected light curve, whatever the fuck that is, light curve, the reflected light coming back to me is blocked or unblocked based on the cars parked in his driveway or the cars driving down the fucking road. What the fuck, man? You're a fucking clown, man.
Okay.
All right? And
So that's your hypothesis then, isn't it? So the cause of the effect
No. That's not a hypothesis.
of the light fluctuations in Andromeda is the presence of matter passing between you and the light.
Yeah, the cars are the cars parked in the driveway, so I can't see the hose rack.
It's more of a surface. Think of it more of a surface blemish.
Okay.
A surface blemish on what? The star? Who the fuck knows?
So we've got the cause, and now we've got the effect. We've got the
What's the cause? What's the effect?
dimming and the brightening of the lights.
Okay.
Now, how would you prove that in astronomy?
I would take a
You need to take a time out, dude, to fucking regroup. I mean, this is a belly laughing joke. Folks, we still got a little over, much over 4 hours left of this shit.
telescope interferometer. I would take
You're going to take a telescope interferometer to do what?
the light from 6 different telescopes, combine them so that I can
You're taking the light from 6 different telescopes and aligning them. We'd like to see that. Do you, with your next stream, we want to see you taking the light from 6 different telescopes at 6 different locations. What's it going to do?
can resolve the surface of that star,
You can resolve the surface of the star. Okay.
and I can directly image what the star on the stellar surface looks like and see
What the stellar surface looks like? How far is, somebody look this shit up. How far is Lambda Andromeda? Please.
whether or not the spot is coming into view just as the light curve says it will.
Just as the light curve says it will. What in the fuck? What's the hypothesis? Ask him what the fucking hypothesis is.
Would you agree or would you disagree with me that the independent variable is going to be the behavior of the light, whatever, however you want to word that? Just put the words in my
It's the light curve. It's the dimming and the brightness of light was the first thing he come out with.
mouth for me. The interaction with passing bodies of light. Is that what you said?
No, the dimming, not the interaction just yet. That's his cause. So the dependent variable is the fucking light curve. Oh, brother. No, look, he's fucking dreaming it up now.
The independent variable would be, I guess, the imaging of spots passing into and out of our field of view.
The imaging of spots coming in and out of, that's not a fucking independent variable. How the hell can you manipulate that? Hold on. I think I got this written down. Oh, where'd I put that? Here's the question. Hopefully we still have people out there. Bear with me, folks. Well, we'll get to that. And that. Here we go. I got it. So this is the pretender clown's retards hypothesis. Lambda Andromeda gets brighter and dimmer due to the rotational modulate. Remember the Q36 explosive space modulator? Yeah, this right here. Yeah, I'm still fucking laughing. So the independent variable would be the rotational modulation of star spots. And the dependent variable, the effect, would be the brightness and dimness of Lambda Andromeda. That's what it is. That's his hypothesis. Well, let's test this. Remember this, Crayon Muncher, your rotational modulation of star spots as the independent variable. The BC campus. Notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. How can you fucking manipulate the rotational modulation of star spots? Answer, you can't. You're a fucking clown. Do I need to go further? I don't need to go further. We already went over these.
And the dependent variable would be what the light curve is doing.
Yeah.
I think that's how
the light
you
curve,
would
the
say it.
brightness and dimness here. So
So
yeah.
that's not how you would say it. How would you say it then?
Well,
I
the way
would
you phrase
it
like
doesn't matter.
independent
He's a retard. We already demonstrated that he's through.
variable.
Yeah, because like going back to when you said, can you show me a citation where it actually says that you need to identify these things, right? This is what we're doing now. We're identifying the independent variable and we're identifying the dependent
It
variables.
says identifying variables. I can't read that.
Yeah, it says based on your gathered information, you make an educated guess about what types of things affects the system that you're working with. So in your case, it's the specular light or whatever it was he said, and caused by planetary bodies or whatever, and the brightness dimming and getting brighter will be the effect. It says identifying variables is necessary before you can make the hypothesis.
Sure,
So
I don't
we're
see
making the
independent or
hypothesis.
dependent. I don't see independent or dependent in that.
Back to
Okay.
the independent and dependent variable in a scientific hypothesis. He's questioning that. It's all over. Do I have that in here? Did we already go over that? I can't remember. It's been so many times. No, it has to be down further. He doesn't know what a scientific hypothesis is. He was questioning whether an independent dependent variable had to be in a hypothesis. Oh, here we go. So, scientific hypothesis there, pretender clown retard. Remember we went over this, that scientific hypotheses from nature.com? That scientific hypotheses are the whole point? Just wanted to establish that. So, you said you had a problem with an independent and dependent variable being in a hypothesis. Well, thanks for that, pretender clown. You're fucking through again. From Colorado State, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the what? Independent variable will affect the dependent variable. You're through. Let's pile on. McClellan, Kristen, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method from the Geological Society of America. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction. Yeah, that's what it is. How could it also? I digress. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Shocking. The first blank is the dependent variable. You see that clown show? It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. Well, what's the fucking second blank? The second blank, number 2, is the independent variable. You see that? Remember you were questioning whether a dependent or independent variable is a hypothesis? Oh, shit. Let's go to Colorado State. Formalized hypotheses contain 2 variables. Shocking surprise. One is the independent. The other is the dependent. Right? Goodness gracious. From Penn State, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect. Boy, this has some echoes with predictions, right? Predictions, dependent, independent variable, prediction, dependent, independent variable. These are fucking certifiable. Hypothesis, independent, dependent variable. Penn State, here we go again. Prediction. Another prediction right here with the independent, dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected result of the experiments based on the hypothesis. Over. Remember this? Turn out the lights. Party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. Party's over. You're a pretender clown fraud, sir. That you don't know what a hypothesis is. Fucking clown.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a sec, but identifying variables, do you accept that it says identifying variables?
Yes, and you need to identify a number of variables, not just a...
Like what? And a hypothesis, not a number of variables, just the independent, dependent variable. The control variables come in the experiment. Fuck what?
Not just one independent and one dependent.
Oh, it's just one independent and one dependent variable. Let there be no doubt about that. Where's that at? Aha. The University of Texas Health, San Antonio. There can only be one. There can only be one. I'm the one. By the way, I digress. There can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. That's your control variables. These are known as controls, obviously. Every breath is a contradiction, baseless assertion, and just pouring coals on your dumb. That baseless assertion. Oh, I got those listed. Oh, I can scratch that one out. I got it listed. Yeah, I may have missed some fallacies in there. Sorry about that. You're finished.
I'm glad you said that, because like we need to know what variables would we need to identify. So the main one, from our perspective as science, as people that are interested in science, is the cause. Because if you're going to say, well, I think that the lights, I could just say that it's zooming closer towards us, getting brighter, and then zooming further away from us and getting dimmer. And that's
if you can create a model that says that, and actually it matches the.
If you can create a model that says that, the model's not going to say anything. What the fuck is a model? What are you talking about? A runway model? Is that what you mean? Computer model? Airplane model? What the fuck are you talking about? If you can create a model that says that, well, models are inanimate objects. Depending on how you define a model, we need to know that first. But it's going to be an inanimate object. It's not going to say shit. Unless you're delusional. Well, we already know that, so that lines up.
The data? Great.
Great. This guy. You need to be institutionalized. What needs to happen? That is, men in white coats, long 10-penny needle nails. Not nails, needles. Horse and elephant tranquilizers, the paddy wagon, the straitjacket, the rubber room, and the frontal lobotomy. The whole 9 yards with you. There, clown fuck. Norm!
I could make a model that now. I could just explain the brightness by getting closer and further away.
That's not a model. Then what is a model? See, nuh-uh. Yahas and nuh-uh. If that's not a model, define a scientific model, provide citation and an example on your next stream, clown fuck.
Model.
I've just modeled it just by doing that.
That's not a model.
Here we go again. Nuh-uh. So baseless. That's 2 baseless assertions. Well, that finishes that one out. Thanks.
Model
yeah, but
is
it's my prediction, though.
Model is it? Shut the fuck up, Anthony. He's going to tell us what a model is.
And it's
that is a prediction, but that is not a model.
A prediction, a scientific prediction is a hypothesis. Remember, we just went over that. What's a model?
Model it. I can create you a solar or a stellar surface with a spot on it.
He can create a stellar surface with a spot on it. What the fuck, dude?
It gives you the exact same measurements.
It gives you the exact same measurements as what?
Within error bars.
The only error bars are between your fuckwit ears. What the hell are you talking about?
Of the measurements that I took from the telescope.
The measurements he took from his telescope. This fucking guy is measuring things in his telescope. How the fuck are you doing that? Oh, by the way, measurements have nothing to do with the scientific method. The scientific method, hypothesis, and experiments only deal with qualitative, not quantitative. Shout out to Chocolate. Only deal with qualitative. There are no measurements in cause and effect relationships. Now, after you define the cause and effect relationship, after you validate it by experiment, there are some instances, each case has to be taken in and of itself, the merits of each. Now, you can find thresholds, right, to where that is the case, only in those specific cases, but that has nothing to do with the cause and effect relation, either yes or no, or a black or white. You can go on, like I said, you can go on to find the thresholds, but that has nothing to do with the scientific method because you've already established cause and effect. Hope everyone follows that. Is anyone still out there? Let's take another break, man. It's been a while. I don't have to feed the cat. He's not meowing at me. Let's see what we got. Oh, thanks for the super chat, man. Those have been, how would you say, extinct for a while here. I appreciate Face Reality. Thank you, man. Thank you. So does my wife, by the way. Yeah, I am Ace, as far as you know. Oh, boy, the chick from the movie Weird Science. That's Kelly LeBrock, man. Back in the day, she was smoking. Don't know about now. She was all that and a bag of chips. Let's take it. Bone. That's a good one, Matthew. I forgot about that. The distance to Lambda Andromeda. What is it? Manipulating. Did I get a distance? 84 plus or minus 0.3 light years. How much is that in miles, was? Give me that in miles so everyone can understand it. Because light years is not a distance or a fucking time, by the way. But I want what they think it is in miles. For whatever reason, I forgot. Is his PhD written on toilet? I think it's from Tuco Community College in Tobago. I'm serious. Can't even speak. I'd suggest starting all over there, clown fuck. Like in primary school. Pay attention this time. Also, I'd drop anchor in maybe 5 or 6 60 level basic reasoning courses along the way to make sure everything's in line. Because you're a one stone cold dumb fuck, man. How could 5 hours? Oh, yeah. Listen, Fiber Oats, don't ask me. I wasn't there. He's asking how long this could go on for 5 hours. I don't fucking know. Subscribe to BallBuster. Why subscribe to Chocolate? What the fuck has he done? Make a couple rap songs. Shout out to Chocolate. He's okay when he's sleeping. Kelly, that's right, Kelly LeBrock. I'm not asking you for Kelly LeBrock. I already knew that. Damn, I need the miles for Lambda Andromeda. Yeah, I'd like to see how he's going to test that too. Me too, Divergent Droid. Yes, sir. He's just making shit up. And notice how none of this nonsense, this Elmer Fudd sophistry, is getting anywhere in the vicinity of his spinning ball space monkey religion. Nothing. None of it. Right? He's just train wrecking himself with his dumpster fire science. That's all he's doing. I mean, I couldn't even make this up. Like I said, you got the visual, right? You see the visual cue, you love the treatment. You see the hippo right there? Hey, he's doing it himself. I'm just sitting outside, drawing back. That's all I'm doing. Ten to the 14th miles? Is that what you're saying was? That's a lot of fucking miles, man. Is that past a quadrillion miles? I'm thinking it is. Smoke them if you got them, guys. I'm just relaxing in place. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I told you it was going to take a long time. How far have we gone? Hold on a second. we started at 7 minutes, and it's at 59 minutes. You do the math. However, like I said, there are some parts, and I did skip through a couple parts here. There are other parts in here where I'm going to skip through. But it's going to go on for some time. Yeah, it's hard to read that number. I think it's somewhere, if it's 14, I'm not going to look it up. It's past a trillion. And once you get past a trillion, then you're off in fucking la la land. Oh, you know what? I am going to take a 2-minute break again. This could go on for 4 hours. 4 more hours. That's the way we started it. Give me 2 minutes. Smoke them if you got them. Hey, don't keep exact time either. Right? I don't need any wisecrackers out there. 2 minutes, in the vicinity. All right, was that more than 2 minutes? We any wise guys out here kept track? Oh, it was all night long, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're going for. I'm on a roll, man. It is getting late, 10:30. I will see where we stop. I'm not ready to stop just yet. What do you guys got to do any damn way? Eric Erpelding, a scientific model is a physical and or mathematical. Physical and or mathematical, that's a contradiction. Can't be both. And or conceptual. Holy shit. Representation of a system, ideas, events, or processes. Yeah, sure. And Gomer Pyle's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mama fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. Fucking moron. Citation, please, then demonstration. Make sure we got a show tomorrow. Make sure you show up on the show. That's a bit redundant. Make sure you arrive or are present for the show tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. UK. And provide cowbell. Exactly, Matthew. Yeah. Oh, did anyone figure out what Anthony said? Remember, what was that word again? I can't remember what it was. Let's go back. Because that's important. Let's just mark that. I'm going to write this time down because I can forget it. 59:54. 59:54. That's where we'll return. And I think we started somewhere around 7. Yeah, let's go to 7:07.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, can you hear me?
Howdy.
Right in the lane.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Why the hell are your faces so big? Back the fuck up. I just ate.
I have to say, I'm a little honored you're here.
Oh, there's no need for...
Oh, we already went over a little honored, right? What a clown.
I appreciate...
You need to put your head inside this thing and then turn it on 55 seconds.
The politeness, but there's no need. I know that most people in your side of the topic think that I'm a complete and utter Ed-the-ball.
That's what it is. It Ederball? What the hell is that? Here, let me go back. I need to see that. What the hell is an Ederball? Am I saying it right? I'm not doing soundboards, man. I don't have a soundboard, specifically, but I could do it. I didn't want to ruin it by that. What the hell is an number one, am I pronouncing it correct? I need a translator for these guys from Liverpool. Ederball, am I saying that right? Do we have any? They're probably all sleeping right now. Editable? He didn't say editable. A person who has... I want you to spell that, sumbitch. Yeah. A person who has the potential to attain spiritual enlightenment. Are you kidding me? Is that what it means? Yeah, you said it twice. I get it. Spell it. Somebody spell that monkey. Here, we'll go back. Let's see what he says. He says it again. 1 second. Where's he at? Not there. Where'd you go? Oh, there he is. He's going to say it again.
I saw your message to Rachie. Just trying to work out why my camera's so zoomed in. Is it?
I don't know. Is that... it's weird. That might be... Haha. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, we're going to turn it up this time. For you and me. So we're going to turn that up. Turn this up. I want to hear this.
Let me just bring this down a little bit. I realise that half the people on your side think that I'm a complete Ed-the-ball or
Ed-the-ball. I don't fucking know. You guys tell me shit. Damn British. All right, let me get back to... I got stuff blocking. Yeah, that's blocked. All right. Oh, I didn't show you that. Here, let's do it again. Let's go back to 707. Just in case I didn't show it to you. I don't remember whether I showed it.
Yeah, we do.
Here we go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Howdy. I'm doing all right. How are you? I have to say, I'm a little honored you're here.
A little honored. No, we're not going to do it again.
Oh, there's no need for... I appreciate the politeness, but there's no need. I know that most people in your side of the topic think that I'm a complete and utter edible.
Edible. That was the first shot across the bow.
I saw your message to Rachie. Just trying to work out why my camera's so zoomed in. Is it?
I don't know. Is that... it's weird. That might be... Haha. Is that better?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Take it back another 10 times. Thanks.
Let me just bring this down a little bit. I realise that half the people on your side think that I'm a complete edible or dishonest.
Edible or dishonest. So it has to be some type of something associated with dishonesty, right? You'd think, because he made the connection. Let's see what we got out there. Edit. It's not an edit ball, for fuck's sake. Edible, EDABALL. Is that what it is? Edible. Is it different words and shit? He's calling himself a snack. Oh, man. Okay. Ed, come on. Be serious. I'm asked. This is a serious question, man. Nasty Fripples. Is that what he's talking about? Ad herbal? I've never heard the fucking term. Ad herbal. All right, let's try it. Here, let's get over there so you can see it. Ad herbal. Are a Carthaginian admiral during the First Punic War? What the hell? Third decline. I don't think that's it, dude. Governor of. That's not it, dude. Come on, give me a damn spelling of this numpty. Keep on having to switch back. Attempt of subliminal pro. It's a ball. Yeah, that's too fun. You guys are not. It's not edible. For God's sake. It's not that. No definitions. Yeah, I'm working overtime. I'm always working overtime, dude. Is it Portuguese? Okay, I got another one. Edible. Okay. Let's try that. Dude, that's not even a fucking word, man. You guys are leading me down a wrong, unrighteous path. Keep working overtime. It's not funny. I'm trying to figure out what this fucking word means. It's an insult. If it's a good one, I'll use it. You guys don't have a fucking... Anyone that's British or English out there, I know you guys are probably sleeping like I mentioned before. There's got to be some insomniac out there, right, that knows what this crayon muncher says. Oh, sorry, Anthony. He's not a crayon muncher, as far as you know. I need to know what that is. So we can move on. It looks like I'm not getting anything from the chat. Thanks, chat. All right, let's get back into this. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I got to go. Good thing I wrote down that time. 59:59. In the year 59:59. Yeah, I'm not going to be singing. 59:59. Come on, give it to me. 59:35. That's the closest I can get. 59:35. All right, let's go.
A model
Yeah, but
is
it's my
a
prediction, though. It's right, and it's
that is a
identifying
prediction,
the
but that is not
variable.
a model. I can model it. I can create you a solar.
So he said it's not a prediction, it's a model. Remember that. It's not a prediction, it's a model. He's going to contradict himself at some point.
Or a stellar surface with a spot on it that gives you the exact same measurements, or within error bars, of the measurements that I took.
We know where the error bars are. Right in there.
From the telescope. That's how
But
you create
first
a
off,
model.
when you say about creating a model, by definition, a model is a reification fallacy, because reification is a misplaced concreteness. It's a fallacy of ambiguity when an abstraction, a model,
A
which
model
is
is
an
not an
belief.
abstraction. Actually,
A model is not an abstraction. Well, if you go down in this definition, let's read this. Anthony, you didn't go down far enough. Reification, also known as concretism. Shout out to Nathan. Hypothesization, or the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, is a fallacy of ambiguity when an abstraction, an abstract belief or hypothetical construct, is treated as if it were concrete, real event, or physical entity. In other words, it is the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. Here's the part, Anthony. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. That would have probably helped out a little bit.
a model is by
Look, a hypothetical.
a model is actually the reverse of a abstraction. A model.
No. Look, it defines it for us. It says an abstract belief or a hypothetical construct. Well, by definition, a model is your hypothetical construct.
How about this down here? A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
It's your yes. It's hold on. All right.
It's a hypothetical construct.
It's a hypothesis, sure.
It's a hypothesis, sure. A model. You just said that a model wasn't a hypothesis. You just said that. So, that's another contradiction. Yep. Thanks.
Sure, but it's not an abstraction.
No, it is. It's by definition,
it's
a
not.
hypothetical construct. And when I said to you, simply doing that with the star getting closer and further away, that's what I said could explain the DV that we see. Now you said it was stars.
That is a hypothesis, but it's not a model.
That's a hypothesis, but not a model. This fucking clown.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is not about whether I'm right or wrong. The point I'm making is that you said that I needed to make a model. But when we look at the reification fallacy, it expressly states that an abstraction, which is a hypothetical construct, a model, is a reification.
Yeah, it said a model right here. Inside reification is a common case of reification. Common is the confusion of a model with reality. It's over.
Reification fallacy, because models are never the cause of an effect. They might correlate, and they may seem.
They don't correlate. No, they don't correlate at all. A model from the BallTARD spinning space monkeys is just something they conjure at a moment's notice when they're cornered. That's all it is. They don't know what a fucking model is. They haven't a clue.
Reasonable, but I.
Oh, by the way, that would be scientific model that I'm looking for.
Can just as easily correlate coming forward.
Not a correlation. You need to get out of this correlation nonsense. It's not a correlation. It's a speculation.
And moving further and back to explain the lux value for the.
Yeah, that's a speculation, not a model.
Other words, it is the error of treating something that is not.
It is the error. Oh, he's going to read it.
Not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. You are making that that fallacy by saying this is the idea.
Keep on reading, Crown Muncher. That's the end of you. The next sentence ends you. Keep on. None of these guys are going to read it. Frustrating.
Idea that I'm using. The concrete thing that I'm using is in fact a mathematical model.
The concrete thing that he's using is a mathematical model. Well, mathematics is abstract by fucking definition. He's just making shit up as he goes. It doesn't matter, right? Because he's preaching to his audience, which are all dumb fucks, right? You just contradicted yourself again. Unbelievable. Show me a concrete 5 out in nature. Or a 9. Or 26.7. Fucking idiot.
Not at all. I'm pointing out that when you asked me to make a model, that's not required by scientific method for starters. Simply the hypotheses, the prediction of the cause.
And
we already went through scientific hypothesis and experiment, independent, dependent variables a number of times. I would say better than 20 to 25 citations. Did anyone see model in any fucking description of it? Nope.
the model
You
is
said
part of
I
the
need to make a
hypothesis.
model to explain the bright.
He said a model is part of a hypothesis now. What is that? The third or fourth contradiction? You fucking clown. Keep on talking.
It's the luminosity
And
of
the model is
Andromeda.
part of-
But
Why
I don't
is
have
it-
to make a model
All right, I'm
because
gonna
that's a
ask-
reification fallacy and it's
I'm gonna
outside
ask
of
you another
scientific
question.
method.
I'm going to ask.
He wants to ask another question. Why are you asking questions? When you are a actual scientist, by your own words, we're going to hear that here in a few minutes. Hopefully. You're going to hear either today or the next iteration. Why would you have to ask him a question? Why don't you just state it? Huh? You trying to set him up? Elmer Fudd. And your fucking Q-36 explosive space modulator. Dumb fuck.
Ask you a different question.
Oh, different
No, and if
question.
it's
So you're going to red herring fallacy away from this train wreck.
Not within scientific method by definition, it's pseudoscience. So no, you don't have to make a model. You just need to predict what you think causes it.
A model is part of the creation of a hypothesis.
Now it's part of the creation of a hypothesis. It's not the hypothesis. You're a fucking idiot, man. Just making shit up. On your next stream, I think I've already said this, but I'll reiterate it again. I want you to define with citation, then example, a scientific model. All right, clown show? That's going to be a belly laugher.
No, it isn't. Give me a citation that supports that. It's not true.
So I can give you the citation to my paper if you really want.
Oh, wait a second. He's going to give a citation from his paper? That is an appeal to authority fallacy. Let me mark that down. That's an appeal to authority fallacy, right? Because we're talking about natural science and you are an astronomer, a pseudoscientist by definition. So an appeal to authority fallacy is appealing to a authority or an authority, a authority, whatever. That is not a subject matter expert for the typical topic that is discussed. Not the typical. For the topic that is discussed. So you are not a subject matter expert in the topic discussed. That's an appeal to authority fallacy. By definition. You're a pseudoscientist.
Want it. The
You can't
hypothesis is the model showing a specific spot of a specific size, of a specific depth, moving in front of the star.
What the fuck?
Giving me predicted, or basically
Predicted? What are you predicting? After you look at it. Dumb fuck.
what the prediction of the observation would look like.
What the prediction of the observation would look like. What the fuck does that mean? Show that on your next stream. This is just convoluted, garbled horseshit.
I then take the observation, I compare it to it, and
You take the observation of what? Lambda Andromeda and compare it to what? The model that you conjured? You don't even know what a fucking model is.
See if it's the same thing.
And see if it's the same thing. We're well off the reservation here, folks. This guy's a stone cold dumb fuck.
So, the hypothesis
I'm pretty
is not
sure that
simple.
Blue
Norm!
has already shown you definitions of the scientific method that do include the term.
That do? What? That do include what?
Modeling.
Really?
No.
Not with any ones that we went over, about the 20 or 30 of them. We've never seen model in any of them. Maybe from Science Buddies, along with your observation and fucking question.
Nowhere in scientific method does modeling come up. Nowhere. And if Blue
That's correct. And if what?
cites that and you're citing Blue Marble Science, I'm sorry.
Holy shit, he's citing Blue Marble Science? What the fuck? So let me get this straight. This numpty dipshit, PhD astronomer, is citing McBooger Eater and Blue Marble Science, a.k.a. the photosynthetic redneck, a.k.a. Mr. Gumby Football Field. This fucking guy actually cited him? You're kidding me.
Sorry,
No.
I'm going to have to drop this call and leave.
Yeah,
Because I'm not having you cite.
I would. I'd drop. It's time to drop. Well, I would have dropped a long time ago. Right? He's already exposed himself. Fucking Blue Marble Science. What is up with these PhD astronomers citing Blue Marble Science? This fucking retard. Go to, for both McBooger Eater and Blue Marble Science, just go to my numpty clips. If that you can eliminate all the I think I have a few of them on Blue Marble Science, but go to the signature numpty clips that's in the playlist. Go to each McBooger Eater and Blue Marble Science, and I'll tell you what. I don't know what to say after that. But I don't know, these PhD astronomers seem to cite these fucking morons. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Cite somebody that, in fact, actually,
No, all right.
I'm just going to leave, mate, because I'm not having someone citing Blue Marble.
Yeah, no shit.
All right,
Science is
sorry.
fine.
No, I apologize. What I'm citing is, again, and I mentioned it before, I'm part of the scientific community. What I'm citing
He's part of the scientific community, folks.
is the colleagues that I work with.
That's just an anecdotal fallacy at best. The colleagues that you work with, you're a pseudoscience scientist, demonstrated. How many times? So the colleagues that you work with have to be also pseudoscientists, unless otherwise demonstrated. So on your next stream, we want the names and the titles of these so-called colleagues and show some science, natural science, that they performed. Otherwise, it's an anecdotal fallacy. I've had a few of those. I haven't marked them down. I am going to start marking them down now. Total fallacy. If you're not sure what that is, go ahead and look it up. There we go.
And so what I want to know is, or what I find to be interesting is, why is it that you believe that you can dictate what science is?
Why it is that he believes he can dictate what science is? I don't think he's dictating it. I think he's just the ability to have a third grade reading comprehension. Right? We already went through them. How many times? How many more times you want me to go through them?
Two scientists.
No, they're not two scientists, two pseudoscientists such as yourself, as been demonstrated For the past how long? Almost an hour. Hey?
Not dictating what science is. Scientific method dictates what science is to scientists.
You are defining the scientific method. How are you dictating what?
He doesn't define the scientific method. The scientific method has already been defined, not by him. Fucking moron. Let's see. Scientific method from the University of Rochester Physics Department. The scientific method has 4 steps. Number 1, observation and description of phenomena or group of phenomena. Number 2, formulation of hypothesis to explain the phenomena. Doesn't explain it. That's a faux pas. 3, use of hypothesis to predict the existence. No, that's horse shit. Here it is. 3. 1, 2, 3. Performance of experimental tests of predictions by several independent experimenters and properly performed like experiments. So the experimental design has to be sound, right? So remember I told you, this is from Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. The number of steps varies from one description to another. That's what puts this in the, if you're confused about that, don't be. Mainly when data and analysis are separated into separate steps. Some disciplines separate the logistical steps. It's not that important. The indispensable steps are number 4, number 2, and number 1. That's it. That's the scientific method. But I digress. The number of steps varies from one description to another, mainly when data and analysis are separated into separate steps. But this is a fairly standard list of 6 scientific method steps, which you are expected to fucking know for any science class. Remember when I told you that shit? Remember when I told you that? In high school, for me, it was grade school. We were expected to know this. When I entered university, they didn't fucking teach the scientific method. They expected me to know it. Especially in a natural science discipline, for fuck's sake. If I didn't know it, why was I there to begin with? Good God.
What the scientific method is. You are stating that the
because I
scientific
understand
method
it.
does
It's
not include. You were saying
because
that the scientific method
I
does not
understand
include-
scientific method. So I'll give you another example, right? So one of the best ones is the Wikipedia page, right? An experiment is a procedure carried out to support or refute a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into the cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated.
Yeah, this isn't rocket science here. You got cause and effect. The cause is the independent variable. The effect is the dependent variable. What particular factor is manipulated? Well, the fucking independent variable. We already went over that. It's as simple as that. Even from Wiki.
They vary greatly in goal and scale, but always
Who
rely
gives a
on
shit about that? They weren't detailed enough.
repeatable procedure and logical analysis of the results.
Logical analysis of there is no logic in the results. The method itself is logical. The results are not.
Okay? Essentially, it's cause and effect. That is experiment. We need hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, to prove to somebody that what you're going to do will either prove something or fail to prove something, and you're going to prove
something. Fail to prove something. Something. What was that? Something. If there's any English guys, I need to know that definition too. I want you to spell that shit and something. I don't know. Let's see if he says it. Let's get him back here. 41. This is too tight. Maybe he says it again.
Fail to prove something, and you're going to prove it.
Summit. I need to know that shit.
By doing the manipulation yourself to prove it or fail to prove it. So let me get back to where I was going with my egg. Bob Nodell claims that there's something a little bit extra that I didn't account for when I did my egg test. He believes that there is an electromagnetic incoherent dielectric acceleration nonsense.
Oh, boy. Why bring this shit up? I don't know. Let's see where it goes.
Now, what he's basically doing is mimicking the effects of gravity.
I'd have to agree with that. response there. But let's see where he's going. Maybe he's got a point.
But calling it something else. And he's told people that there's
He said something out, whatever that word is.
something else that I didn't control in my test. So I tested what his claim was to see whether or not that thing existed, and I got a false result. I failed to prove something. I failed.
He said it again. Something. Is that it? I don't know.
Prove that there was a controlled variable that I didn't account for. Bob said there was one. I tested it, didn't find one, and now it's up to Bob, if I've done it wrong, to prove, well, actually, you didn't do something right. You needed to do this instead, and this is what I meant.
He said it again, so you guys need to rewind this and figure out what the hell he said, spell it, and I need a definition for that shit.
You've misunderstood. You are an idiot. But because Bob Nodell is an egotistical prick, he won't do it.
Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. I will no longer bring up Blue Marble Science, and you will not bring up Bob Nodell, because
Blue Marbles, you won't bring up Blue Marble Science. This guy, Blue Marble Science, at the minimum, I mean, there's thousands of fucking faux pas with this fucking retard. At a minimum, he showed up trying to disprove gas pressure that needing a container with a fucking container. That's what he did. I mean, what else do you want me to say? And Mr. Gumby football field, this fucking clown thinks that a football field, the distance from the halfway at the center line to the goal, the center line is moving faster than the goal line. If you can fucking believe it. Mr. Gumby football field. And this PhD astronomer is quoting him, citing him. And you can't make this shit up. I mean, that's the least of his faux pas. Along with the containerless container. I mean, it was tantamount to fucking guy trying to disprove the existence of dogs by broadcasting live from Blue Tick Coon Hunt Kennel. This fucker's citing him. Unbelievable. Let's see where this is going. Sorry, I digress.
Nodell doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about either.
Yeah, but I'm not bringing up Bob Nodell because he supports me. I'm fighting against Bob Nodell.
Oh, yeah, he's a hostile witness. Yeah, this is a false comparison fallacy. There, clown fuck. Astronomer. Hold on a second. All right, I got you.
Me and you were on the same side with this, with Bob Nodell. You might not realize that, but I'm not citing Bob Nodell as a friendly. I'm citing him as a hostile because he claimed.
I don't think Bob Nodell has anything to do with this.
I agree.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that when he makes a prediction that I failed to control one of my variables, and then I test it, and then I find that there wasn't a variable there to control in the first place, I prove that his claim is not true. I prove that the null hypothesis is true. I prove that there isn't anything there. Now, if he says,
interesting.
I've got that wrong, he can
I
then
don't
go
know
and prove
why
me
you
wrong.
were stuck on Bob Nodell. I did not bring up Bob Nodell.
Don't worry about the name. Listen to what he said.
I don't know why he's bringing into this, but since he brought up the experiment,
hang on. Let me address that. I'm bringing it up because you said that McToon said that you don't prove anything in science.
McToon said you don't prove anything in science. Yeah, that fucking crayon muncher does that all the time. What a clown fuck.
But I'm giving you examples where we do prove something, and in this instance, I prove that Bob Nodell's full of shit. So we do prove things in science.
All right, for two things. I used MC Toon as an example because MC Toon is famous
Soon.
for
Did he say MT Soon? He did.
quoting that you do not prove things in science. But this is a truism
it's a
among
truism.
scientists. This is something that I learned when I was in school.
Sorry.
And in this instance, I proved that.
Sorry, I'm going to go back. I prematurely stopped it. 1 second. Let me hear the full thing here.
Bob Nodell's full of shit. So we do prove things in science.
MT Soon.
All right, for two things. I used MC Toon as an example.
Oh, he didn't say. He said MC Toon. Okay.
Because MC Toon.
No, he said it there. MT Soon. MT Soon, the booger eater. All right, sorry. I stopped it prematurely again. We're going to continue. Let's see what he said.
Famous for quoting that you do not prove things in science. But this is a truism among scientists. This is something that I learned.
So this is a truism. Science doesn't prove things from MT Soon, Booger Eater, and you, and something that you learned when?
When I was in school coming up. That is something that I instill in all of my students.
You instill in all your students, one second.
Do not prove things in science.
We do not prove things in science. Let me tell you something, folks. If you've got your kids anywhere within the galactic vicinity of this pretender clown fuckwit, you need to get them out there now. Move out of the state. Right? So he teaches all his students that, and MT Soon said that science doesn't prove things. Well, let's check this out. We got Lambda, Andromeda, train wreck, fuckwittery. We're going to get to semantics. Okay, here we go. So he says he teaches his students that science doesn't prove things, right? Where have you heard this before, by the way? Huh? Science doesn't prove things? From that fuckwit Jaren? Does he still have a show? Is he still streaming? If he is, flat earthers, why is that? Funny, we got the same thing from a PhD astronomer, fucking pretender clown fraud, saying the same shit that Jaren's saying. Huh? But I digress. So, biology for majors forming a hypothesis from courses Lumen Learning. This is, like I said, biology for majors forming a hypothesis. Sorry, I could have said that before. When conducting scientific experiments, researchers develop hypotheses to guide experimental design. A hypothesis is suggested explanation that is both testable and falsifiable. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true or false. Fucking duh. Let's pile on. Genome research from Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory Press. Oh, by the way, this is peer-reviewed journal. Fucktard. Peer-reviewed doesn't have anything to do with scientific method, but it should impress you. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their fucking theory. The conscientious scientist follows this with a deliberate collection of data from these carefully crafted experiments, and the data prove or dis-fucking-prove, or you're already smoked. You're already done for. The aforementioned theory. It says it 3 fucking times in this citation, thereby placing a new stepping stone in the path through the jungle of our unknown universe. It seems obvious that this is the appropriate way of moving forward in science. In fact, in most published papers, that's not a fact, by the way. That's what it should be. The hypothesis is put forth, followed by what? Fucking experimental proof, you numpty dipshit! And ending with a restatement of the veracity of the theory and potential future steps. You're a fucking moron. You and MT Soon, Booger Eater. From Anne-Marie Helmelstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. A hypothesis is a tentative answer to a scientific question. A testable hypothesis is a hypothesis that can be what? Proved or dis-fucking-proved. As a result of testing, data collection, or experience. Only testable hypotheses can be used to conceive and perform an experiment using the scientific method. Here we go. Requirements for a testable hypothesis. You listening up, you crayon munching clown. In order to be considered testable, 2 criteria, you see, the must be met. It must be possible to what? Prove the hypothesis true. It must be possible to what? Prove the hypothesis is false. It also must be possible to reproduce the results of the hypothesis from Kristen McClellan, the Geological Society of America. Experiment. Once the hypothesis has been established, it is time to test it. Yeah, fucking experiment. The process of experimentation is what sets science apart from other disciplines. We've heard that before. And it leads to discoveries every day. An experiment, see that, is designed to do what? Prove or disprove the hypothesis. Fucking duh. From Dr. Craig Venter, the geneticist of geneticists. You know, there's some things we can do in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover. So MT Soon Bugger Eater is famous for saying that it doesn't prove anything. So I guess MT Soon outranks Dr. Craig Venter, Kristen McClellan, Geological Society, Anne Marine Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, Genome fucking Research, and Lumen Learning. Yeah, you think that? You're exposed again. So is that bugger eater.
You've got a false interpretation of what you think science is.
So,
If you
okay,
didn't
all right.
prove-
Why is it that you can say that I have a false interpretation of what science is?
Well, by citation and demonstration. It's easy. We've done it for 4 hours and 7 minutes.
When all scientists pretty much agree with me.
All scientists, pretty much. All scientists. What scientists? Which ones do you know? You're not one. As demonstrated. So this is another anecdotal fallacy and a baseless assertion. And I probably missed some of these, like I said. It doesn't matter. Fucking bozo.
They don't. All pseudoscientists agree with you because
Exactly. Exactly. All pseudoscientists agree with you because that's what you are.
if we didn't prove things in science, right, nobody would ever
What
accept
gives
that.
you the authority to say that all science?
No, I can listen. I can.
What gives him the authority? Third grade reading comprehension?
Because if we didn't prove things in science, then nobody would actually agree that a lack of vitamin C causes scurvy.
Oh, shit. All right. Okay. I forgot about this.
But lack of vitamin C does cause scurvy. So we can prove that if you deprive yourself of vitamin C, your teeth will fall out. So we can prove that. We can prove that water will boil at atmospheric pressure.
Oh, shit.
At 100 degrees Celsius. It will do that.
The boiling part, that's a measurement. That's an observation. That's not an experiment.
That's right. It's not an experiment. That's the Celsius centigrade system. Listen to this, folks. Who else is causing some problems with this subject? Does this sound familiar?
Experiment. The scurvy part, no,
How
we
do you
can't
get
actually
water to
say. We
boil?
can't with that experiment alone.
No, hang on. You've just said that we observe this. No, we cause it by heating the water with a heat source, a kettle element.
Yeah, heating the water is the actual hypothesis. Correct. Not the centigrade Celsius system. You listening, Jaren? And Witsit, you listening to this? They have the same claims you do. Norm!
A flame. That's not true. It's not a measurement. We can measure the 100 degrees bit. That's a measurement.
It's an observation. It's an observation. It's not an experiment.
It's an observation. Where do you observe temperature? Do you have, like, are your fucking eyes calibrated to temperature or something? Where do you observe 100 degrees Celsius? Dumb fuck.
No, it's not an observation because
Yes,
if
it
you
is.
That part is not an experiment, but it's not an observation. Oh, yeah, you look at it.
don't put,
You put
No, 'cause
heat to water, you get boiling.
no, because
You put heat to water, you get boiling. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Boiling water and water boils at 100.
That's not an observation. Well, yeah, you're looking at it, but it's not observing natural phenomena.
Degrees, right? That's the DV. The IV is put
No, that's not the DB.
in the heat source.
Actually, it depends on. See, that's the problem because again, you're not accounting for all variables. That is only true.
You're not accounting for all variables. Where have we heard that? Sounds suspiciously like some other pretender clowns, doesn't it? Good thing you stayed till the end. We're going to end this here in a little bit, folks, because it's past 4 hours.
Atmospheric pressure. Yeah.
Atmospheric pressure. Atmosphere, that's a contradiction in terms. Remember we went over that? So atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Dumb fuck.
Observation is that water boils at 100 degrees at 1 atmosphere of pressure. So when we put heat to it and cause it, and then we observe that it does cause the boiling of water, then we validate our alternative hypothesis, and we can then reject our null hypothesis. That's science.
Sure.
Well, Sleeping Warrior, here's one thing. Water can be 100 degrees.
Norm! You should have just shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up for the most part. That was the smartest move that you did. Now you're going to really train wreck yourself. Let's see what he has to say.
Celsius and not boil, and it can be 0 degrees Celsius and not be ice, because
really, we got another crayon muncher. He's a civil engineer. He'll make that perfectly clear, if not this time, but part 2. So you also are denying the Celsius centigrade temperature scale. Interesting.
Because there's not enough energy. Because there's not, well, at 1 atmosphere. Because you have to put in a certain amount of energy, or you have to take away a certain amount of energy.
Yeah. To boil water, you have to put in energy, and to freeze it, you have to take out a certain amount of energy. Profound, fucktard. I mean, what the fuck?
First,
yeah, you have to do that first, yes.
Before you get water at freezing.
So you have to take out energy from water to get freezing and to add energy to get boiling. Yeah, thanks for that. We appreciate that. Thanks for adding to the discussion. You fucking knuckle-dragging numpty nitwit.
To become ice or to boil.
To boil. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yes.
I agree. A certain amount of energy.
You have to put in energy.
What color is it?
Period. There's a transition point.
There's a transition point. You should make that transition point.
Between water and steam and water and ice.
Yeah, and
it can be at the temperatures at 1 atmosphere still not be steam.
And still, it can be at the temperatures and still not be steam.
And still not be ice.
And still not be ice. What the fuck does that even mean? Shut the fuck up.
That goes against Rob's position where he says that that's an observation only. Because without putting that energy into it, you ain't going to get shit. It's not going to boil, is it? You know that, and I know that. You've got to turn the kettle on, right?
But you're the one that's saying that it absolutely boils at 100 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's the boiling point of water at 1 atmosphere of pressure. Yeah, it's centigrade Celsius system. Look it up. Norm!
At 1 atmosphere.
At 1 atmosphere.
I did say at 1 atmosphere.
But
don't major on the minor. Water boils at 100
actually,
degrees. It's a scientific fact.
I don't believe that it actually does, but we're getting into the weeds here.
You don't believe it actually does? We got another. You can join Jaron and that shithead Witsit, right? These two bozos. Yeah, you can join them in debunking the centigrade Celsius system. This is a fucking joke. How ironic is this?
Again,
not really. We're trying to establish. Does science prove things or not? Because you've heard it from a bloke on the internet.
Yeah, MT Soon Booger Eater.
McToon.
No, I have not.
No, I have not. Nuh-uh.
I am a PhD scientist. I am a trained...
He's a PhD scientist, folks. He's a trained numpty dipshit.
Scientist. All I'm doing with MC Toon is giving you an example. He has said something true.
It's a truism. He has said something true. I am a PhD scientist. That fucking paper that you got PhD science written on your wall, wherever it is, that fucker ain't worth the paper it's printed on. You're a pseudoscientist, right? You're a retard. Like has been demonstrated over the past hour and a few minutes. And will be demonstrated even further over the next 4 fucking hours. You're just a dumb fuck. Pretender clown. Fraud.
Quoted him because I wanted to name drop MC Toon.
He
But
wanted
it's not
to
true,
name
though.
drop MT soon. Oh my God, you fucking retard. Yeah, that seals your fate. Unbelievable, folks.
Oh, you've just
It
said
is
that
true.
it's true.
And what you
You've just-
need to do
No,
is
no, no,
you need to
forgive me.
prove
You
to
just
me...
said that he said something that's true. It isn't true. We do prove things in science. Science does prove that vitamin C deficiency will cause
No,
scurvy.
it does not.
No, it does not. You heard that, folks. No, it does not. Vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy. No, it does not. Really. Scurvy. A disease caused by a deficiency in vitamin C. Huh. Wonder where that's from. Let's go to the National Health Services in the UK. Scurvy is caused by not having enough vitamin C in your diet for at least 3 months. From his alma mater wiki. Scurvy is a disease resulting from a lack of vitamin C, ascorbic acid. From Medical News Today. Scurvy occurs when there is a lack of vitamin C, ascorbic acid. From NCBI, NIH.gov. A 47... Oh, this goes into some... Yeah, it gets to it. I'm not going to pull it up. Medline, scurvy is a disease that occurs when you have a severe lack of vitamin C in your diet. WebMD, scurvy is a sign of severe malnutrition, specifically a lack of vitamin C. From Britannica, scurvy, also called vitamin C deficiency, one of the oldest known nutritional disorders of humankind caused by a dietary lack of vitamin C. Healthline, scurvy is better known as severe vitamin C deficiency. How long do you think I can go with this? Maybe an hour, 2 hours? Scurvy is a disease that occurs when you have a severe lack of vitamin C. E-medicine, scurvy is a state of dietary deficiency of vitamin C. You hear that, Jaron? You listen to this. You hear that, Witsit? You hear that, you fucktard PhD astronomer? You're done. You're a laughing stock. But we're going to pile on. Fucking idiots. Let's see what he does now. Oh, let's see what we got. Sorry I haven't been keeping up out here.
Yes,
Vitamin
it
C
does.
deficiency is more than likely going...
Vitamin C deficiency is more than likely. Just keep talking. Please.
to contribute to scurvy.
It can
But we
contribute
can't say
to
it does.
contribute to what? Scurvy. What the fuck is scurvy?
The specific, we cannot.
Yes, we
prove
can.
that it
It's
does.
scientifically
That's
demonstrated.
We cannot prove that it does. Vitamin C deficiency causing scurvy. Can you believe it? Unbelievable.
that
Fact. It's never going to
smoking
change if you get
causes
less than a
cancer.
certain amount.
Smoking causes... We're not talking about smoking. We're talking about vitamin C and scurvy.
A vitamin C in you, you're going to lose your teeth.
That's also saying, that's akin to saying smoking causes cancer.
No, it's not. That's a false fucking analogy fallacy. That's fucking retarded. That's not saying that. Hold on, folks. You know, you're not supposed to swallow the toothpaste. You understand it? Do you know that? Can somebody call fucking South Parks here and tell him he's not supposed to swallow that toothpaste? Comparison, got another one. There we go, got it.
Not the case. Smoking
so you don't understand
contributes
what
to getting
science
cancer.
is. If you're going to deny that scurvy is caused by a lack of vitamin C,
Yeah, you already did.
you are denying science because that's what
Yes, sir. He's already done it.
science proves. It proves water boils and vitamin C deficiencies cause scurvy. I mean, they're just two examples, man. There's millions of things.
Exactly. But you already compromised yourself with these. He's ripping you to shreds. A flat earther. No degree in science whatsoever. And you're finished. Norm!
The thing is, you say that it proves. I'm telling you it doesn't.
Oh, you're telling us it doesn't. Well, we already shown that from actual scientists that science does prove. Well, we don't even need them. We can just demonstrate it by the scientific method. Fuck. Idiot.
The only time
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Well, for good reason. You're a fucking retard.
Mate,
What
listen,
I'm saying, I'm not saying that
saying.
the lack of vitamin C is not going to produce a scurvy in.
Yeah, you already said that. This fucking guy doesn't keep track of what he says like 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 5 seconds previously. This is the third example that he did this shit. You're done.
Someone. We can't say that someone gets scurvy. There are multiple reasons why someone will get scurvy.
No, there's not multiple reasons. There's one reason. Do you want to go over them again? Let's try the second page. Everyday health, we won't go there. Up to date. Science history, no. Health.mil. Scurvy is a dietary deficiency caused by a lack of vitamin fucking C. Good God. Washington.edu. New analysis of landmarks that leads to update vitamin C needs. It doesn't say anything there. Sorry. Cleveland Clinic. Scurvy is a disease caused by a serious vitamin C deficiency. You're a dumb fuck. Where we don't need to do Merriam-Webster. The Aussies, what do they have to say? Scurvy is a disease caused by low levels of vitamin C. Want to go to the third page? How about the 385th page, you fucking idiot? You're through.
Vitamin C is, I honestly don't know. I'm not a physician.
Depletion of
You honestly don't know, but you can make affirmative statements about what it causes and what it doesn't. You don't know it, but you're free to do that. You need to be institutionalized. That's what needs to happen. We went over that before. You're a fucking clown. You're below the average skank and file BallTARD that I've come into contact with. That's how fucking dumb you are.
vitamin C. But here's the beauty of science, right? Let's just say that you said to me, hang on a sec, I've got a patient here that has got scurvy after rolling around in horse manure. How did they get scurvy from horse manure? I don't know. Try it again. See if it does it again. And he rolls around in horse manure and he gets scurvy. And then you establish that actually it's not just vitamin C that causes it. It's also rolling around in horse dung. And I'll go, whoa, didn't know about that. That seems credible. Let's repeat it and see do we get the same result. And it turns out that the guy did have a vitamin C deficiency, and you thought that it was rolling around in.
I am not suggesting that vitamin C deficiency is not a cause for scurvy.
Yeah, you already did. In the beginning, that's what led to this whole ordeal. You fucking idiot. This guy is a certified bozo. Yeah, we already demonstrated that. You're fucking done.
I am just
No,
saying
but you are
it is
saying
not
it doesn't
the
get
cause
proven
for
by
scurvy.
science.
He's
That's
saying
not-
it's not the cause for scurvy. Well, let's go to the third fucking page. From Science Direct, scurvy presents when the total body pool of vitamin C is reduced to less than 300 milligrams. Fucking clown. NPS.gov, scurvy, otherwise known as mal de la terre. Really? I didn't know that. According to Samuel Champlain, is a disease caused by a vitamin C deficiency. If I can finish that. I'm not going to pull it up. Posna, curious, better health. No, we won't go to Wiktionary. Let's try the fourth page. Have we seen enough? Winchester Hospital, wherever that is. Scurvy happens when a person does not get enough vitamin C in their diet. James Lynn, that's the one who did the experiment. His reported, yeah, like I said, his reported experiment on board a naval 1747, you numpty dipshit. My God, showed that oranges and lemons were a cure for fucking scurvy. Oh, Missouri homeboys. Clinical signs. Scurvy is a painful disease characterized by frequent vocalizations, weakness, anorexia, diarrhea, stiffness, reluctance to move, petechia. Let's see what this says. This should be all right. Incidence is rare in laboratory guinea pigs due to stable... Yeah, because they can fucking... Can't they synthesize guinea pigs? Synthesize vitamin C themselves? Yeah. Scurvy is a painful... I already did that. Other non-specific... Pathology, gross necropsy findings. Holy fuck, dudes. Did you say what the cause is? Oh, it's right at the top. Sorry, guys. I didn't see it. Hypovitaminosis. Scurvy. Vitamin C. Scurvy. You're fucking done. NIdirect.gov UK, scurvy is caused by not having enough vitamin C in your diet. How many more you need? University of Massachusetts, today it is known that the sailors' scurvy was caused by a vitamin C deficiency. Yeah, I think we beat that horse to death.
Not true.
Okay, we're going to come back. This is the question I want
Shut the fuck up.
to get to you. I know that that science cannot prove.
Here we go. He's going to red herring fallacy back to his other dumpster fire of a train wreck. Science cannot prove from MT Soon. Booger eater. Fucking idiot. I already exposed you before you're done.
Anything because I am a scientist.
Oh, he says it
trained as
doesn't prove any. So science doesn't prove anything because this fucking clown is a scientist. That's his rationale. There it is, folks. He's using his credentials as a PhD fucking retard to tell you what science does or doesn't do when he's not a scientist. Appeal to authority fallacy. Fuckwit delusional. How you like me now, Rob? South Parks. You fucking retard. You want to talk to me now? Let's do it. I do PhD. You're a PhD. I need to see the certificate. Your diploma. I do PhDs pro fucking bono. Dumb fuck. In fact, I'll put my cat's litter box up here, and that'll destroy you. Fucking belly laugher.
Scientist. I speak to scientists on a daily basis.
Anecdotal fallacy. Want the names and the positions and demonstrate that they're scientists.
Why is it? Why is it?
Why are you searching? Why is it that you're a dumb fuck? Who knows? Maybe snorting fucking paint chips from the 70s. Who knows?
That you say science proves.
It doesn't just say it, it's demonstrated easily. He just did it with vitamin C and water boiling. Not saying, demonstrating.
When the scientific community does not.
Here we go back to the scientific community. Like I said, we need an address, email, phone number of this scientific community you keep on boasting about.
I want to know. That's what I want to know.
That's what you want to know. I already showed it. I already demonstrated it. You're a fucking retard. Pretender clown fraud.
So you call yourself a scientist.
Yes, I
you
do.
say
Yes, he does.
that you engage with other scientists daily and you work science. But when I asked you to give me a valid scientific experiment that an astrologer like yourself has done,
Astronomer.
Thank you.
Astronomer, not too much difference.
Astronomer, there isn't one, is there? Because we got to the point where no, there isn't.
Norm!
Because you haven't got a manipulated variable to prove the cause of the effect.
We are going around in circles here.
No, we're not.
Going around in circles. No, it's all over for you.
We're not.
Yes,
What's
we are,
happening now?
because, again,
No, stop. We're not going round in circles. You're cornered and you're claiming we're going round in circles. The point is this. You don't have any independent variables that you manipulate to prove the cause of the effect that you believe that you're observing. You correlate with observation
He's not correlating. He's speculating. Get it right.
only, with no experiment whatsoever.
Where does it say that you must, absolutely must, have a manipulated variable?
Just give
He's going back to that. It's like a dog returning to his vomit. Where does it say that bread must absolutely have carbohydrates? You're a fucking clown. So, we need to go over this again? Yeah, we do. Because I said so. Give me a minute. Oh, no, we're way back. That's down here. Where does it say that? Right here. Remember from Open Text BC? Notice that a manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. So if it must involve the active intervention of a researcher, then it must have a fucking independent variable. You're finished. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable. You want to do, there's a number of them. Right? This is overkill. Fuck off, pretender clown fraud.
Giving you the site. I mean, I only went
No,
through
you haven't.
one
You have never, in all
I have.
of this, I can replay the tape. You have never once
Replay that.
shown me
Replay my tape.
where you have to have a manipulated variable.
Ah. Oh, God. Hey, Mae West. Look at this fucking clown.
To do
I can show you
science.
it. I'll
To
show
do
you
science.
again now. So this is the page that I brought up before, and we didn't quite get to it. But look, so stage 4 says, state the purpose of the project. For in our example, for an astronomer, scientist that you say that you are, we want to find out what the cause of the.
He's a scientist as an astronomer. We'll have him post a viable scientific hypothesis. We haven't heard one yet. Oh, by the way, I just want to let you know that I've been fucking green for over 4.5 hours. Just green, baby. So shout out to my internet service provider who gave me a strong maybe. This is sweetness.
Lux variations in Andromeda.
Lux variations. We're back to Lambda Andromeda. Good God.
That would be the cause. That's the goal, right? The target, right? Then it says identify variables. Based on your gathered information, make an educated guess about what types of things about what types of things affect the system that you're working with. Identifying variables is necessary before
Sorry about that.
you make a hypothesis.
Stellar size, stellar temperature.
Yeah.
Stellar size and stellar temperature. What the fuck does that mean? What's that for? Stellar size and stellar temperature. On your next stream, I want you to define those. Oh, you're going down those stubby fuckwit fingers of yours.
Size of the spot, temperature of the spot.
Temperature of the spot. What does that fucking mean?
Position of
Did you go out there with a thermometer on your stellar spot and measure it?
the spot. Those are your variables.
Those are the variables. Continue. Variables and what? What's the hypothesis, you fucking retard?
Continue.
Yeah. Right. And there may be other variables,
Continue.
right?
Continue. Continue dragging your ass by your short hairs through the fucking briar bush? Yeah, we'll continue to do that for the next 5 fucking hours. Well, 4.5.
Yeah. Make a hypothesis. When you think that you know what variables may be involved, think about ways to change one at a time. Change one at a time. So
You look surprised. What are you going to change?
Change my model to make the spot bigger. I
changed his fucking model. This fucking idiot thinks his model is an independent variable. I shit you not. You heard him. I mean, he's delusional beyond the forest of azure. This fucking clown. You're an embarrassment, man. It's not even that it's incoherent. I mean, you're just a plain old dumb fuck.
Model to make the spot cooler. I changed my
You can make the model to make the spot cooler? What in the flying Fukuyama are you fucking talking about? What the duck? What the duck, dude?
abstraction because
that is not an abstraction.
That is not an abstraction. It's a model. Well, right down here it says a common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
Model is a definitive thing.
A model is the definitive thing. Yes, a reification fallacy. Definitive.
Actually, a model is the opposite of an abstraction. It is.
Really? Citation, please. Remember, with your next stream, we want you to define not a model, a scientific model. Let's stay in context.
A model specifically, actually, the fault of a model is
the fault of a model. A scientific model? What's that? You have to define that first before you opine about the faults of models.
The fact that it is not abstract in any way.
It's not abstract in any way. A scientific model is not abstract. Okay, go ahead, show it. That's you fucking clean. That's some baseless assertions right there. At least 5. I'll give you 3. There you
go. Lose some of the details of the object you're looking at. For example,
you lose some of the details that the object you're looking at? What the fuck are you on, dude? I don't. He's just making shit up now.
Example, my model.
Not that his model. What?
Cannot tell me about anything about the granulation of that star.
His model can't tell him anything about the granulation of a star. Now, on your next stream, I want you to define a star. Define that motherfucker, right? And then I want you to show or demonstrate an example. Talking about granulation, do you mean that shit coming out your ears?
Which will affect the brightness of that object. Hence why I can't prove shit.
Hence why he can't prove shit. That's begging the question fallacy. Yeah, because you're a pseudoscientist. Pseudoscience doesn't prove shit. That's why you can't prove shit. Thank you.
All I can do is provide evidence. What you are not asking,
Oh, he can't prove anything, but he can provide evidence. Like I said, he doesn't know the meaning of terms, simple ones. Right? We already went over that, right? He differentiates evidence versus proof. Why does he do that? Proof is evidence. Remember this? Merriam-Webster. Evidence, an outward sign, indication, something that furnishes fucking proof. From Oxford dictionaries, proof. First word out of the gate. Evidence! That's what it is! Prove. Test by experiment. Proof synonyms. Confirmation from Merriam-Webster. Evidence! Fucking clown.
What you are not doing is you are not answering the question.
Oh, he's not answering the question. What question is that?
Yes, I am.
No, you are not. You are not giving me an answer as
you
to
deny
where.
You're not giving me an answer. We've been here for an hour. Watch you train wreck yourself. Pound yourself in the face with a fucking sledgehammer. How many times? And he's not answering the question? Like I said, folks, he needs rubber room, you know, the whole 9 yards. Men in white suits, needles, 10-penny needles. He's through. Lobotomy, everything. Rubber room, paddy wagon. You got it.
That I'm not answering the question
You're
doesn't
not
mean I'm
answering
not
the
answering the question.
Where is
you're
it that
just
you
saying that,
learned?
and you're wrong again. I'm telling you.
The page that the page that you showed, the page that you were just on.
Yeah.
I answered every single one of your.
You answered every single one of his what?
Your question.
Yeah, but you're not letting me respond. You're claiming.
Answered every single one of it. He didn't have any questions. He just read it. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? So are you trying to rewrite recently recorded history? Isn't that another character trait of another few fuckwit numpty dipshits that we ran into recently? Namely, Jaron, Jabroni, Globe Dumpsters Bob, and Witsit. Sound familiar?
That I'm not answering the question.
I gave you the variables. I told you how I manipulated them.
Look, no. You said in your model.
You manipulated variables. Well, you shouldn't manipulate variables. Number one, you didn't say that. Number two, if you manipulate variables, you're fucking up. The only variable that is manipulated, variable singular, is the independent variable. Dumb fuck. See, this is what happens when you doublespeak and make shit up all the time. You get contradicted. Or you contradict yourself. You want to talk with me? Rob, you still want to fucking talk with me, sunshine? I mean, you're just dealing with Sleeping Warrior here. Granted, respect. You want to talk with me? Want a shot at the title? You want to take that Pepsi challenge? You a masochist? Like I said, I'll just put my cat's litter box up here. You're fucking done. Norm!
But it doesn't say in your model, does it? It says when you think that you know the variables that may be involved, think about ways to change one at a time. Give me, in your real world, when you observe the Andromeda, give me one variable that you can manipulate one at a time.
Check this out.
In my model, I can manipulate the variables one at a time. And
in his model, which he can't define, he manipulates the variable. Can you believe this? Folks, like I said, if he's teaching your kids, this fucking moron, run. Get them out now. It's not going to end well.
I did that.
No, you can't. You can't do anything when you look into a telescope.
How do you know that?
How do we know that you can't do anything to the dependent variable by looking through a telescope? Isn't that fucking self-evident to anyone that can fog a mirror? You're just fucking looking at something. How can you do anything to it? What the fuck? I mean, are we at this level? Retard? Call the short bus.
Because the thing you're looking at is trillions of miles away, you tell us.
Yes. Well,
Yes. Well, he's trying to do the calculations in his mind like it's going to justify his fucking dumpster fire from the previous 5 seconds.
how far is Lantern Draw?
How far is that?
Doesn't matter how far it is. The point is, what can you vary and manipulate to prove? Like I added salt in the test, right? For the egg. Right, I didn't model
Science
that,
is far more beautiful than you're making it out to be.
Science is his answer. Science is far more beautiful. What in the flying Fukuyama was that? What the fuck, dude? Norm!
No, it's not.
Far more complex.
No, it's not. What you're doing, my friend, is you're doing exactly this. No, not that.
Science is far more complicated? Is that what he said? I think it's what he said. Really? How complicated is it? On your next stream, show us how science is more complicated.
You're doing exactly... Where's it gone? Oh, fuck, where's it gone? So, I've lost the definition. Where's the definition gone?
I think we're beating this dead horse to death already.
So we're beating this dead horse to death? Isn't that a bit redundant? Painfully so? Yeah, you're the dead horse, and we're beating you to death. Let's continue.
Let me ask you a question about your eggs.
Here we go with the fucking questions again. Are you a retard? Yes. How retarded are you? That's the fucking question.
Experiment.
No, not yet. Let's just finish this point. What you're doing, you're saying that science is far more beautiful, but unless it's based on scientific method, which astrology, astronomy, all of the
far
stuff to
different from each other.
They're not. Astrology used to be part of astronomy. They're head slapper. We've been doing this for the past 5 fucking hours with you.
Yeah, none of those things, you can't do any scientific method with them. You can observe them, and you can fantasize over what the cause is, and that's why we get the black hole bullshit, right? But you can't manipulate any of it to prove cause and effect. If you can't manipulate any of it to prove, no, you can't.
What I'm saying, so your definition,
not mine, Drexel.
Your definition of what?
Drexel. Let's be clear, not mine.
No. Drexel doesn't say this.
Yes, it
Your
does.
definition is unless you can physically manipulate the physical surroundings of something.
No, not the physical surroundings of something. The independent variable. We already went over that like 2 or 3 times. You're going to train wreck yourself again? Fucking clown.
Or the physical mechanism of something. Then you cannot do science with that something.
That's correct. We already went over that. You want to do it again? I do. The manipulation of independent variables. See all these? California State. Open text BC. Manipulation of independent variable. Yeah. Active intervention of the researcher. Yeah. From the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Yeah. In experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable. Yeah. That thing. Yeah. From BioLibreText, manipulated by the researcher. Independent variable, also called the fucking manipulated variable. From California State, an independent variable intentionally varied by the experimenter. From Colorado State, independent manipulated variable changed by the fucking scientist. From Rutgers, Indian experiment, independent variable varied or fucking manipulated by a researcher. Is that what you're talking about? You fucking pretender clown fraud piece of shit. Is that what you mean? Good Lord. This is a fucking embarrassment.
Unless you can physically manipulate the presumed cause, You are not doing science. You are correlating observation only.
Not correlating observation. He's speculating from observations. That's all he's fucking got. He's a delusional retard.
Not science. You have to manipulate it. Would you like some citations? I've got 10.
Shit, I had like 15.
So medicine is a science or not?
Medicine, that's too broad brush, you fucking clown. Right? Each individual experiment has to be evaluated on its own merits. Not under a discipline. There's certain disciplines that have pseudoscience in them. Well, I shouldn't say pseudoscience. If it pretends that it's science, then it's pseudoscience. Like biology, you have collators and fucking secretaries conjuring up conventions, right? That's not fucking science. However, they're classified under biology. However, there are biological experiments that can be conducted. You see, so you can't broad brush like fucking medicine. You're just a clown. What are you fucking talking about medicine for as an astronomer? You vitamin C idiot. You didn't even know that that causes scurvy. Unbelievable.
Would you like a citation? I've got 10 to show.
Sure,
that
you can bring up that citations, whatever, but can you answer the question? Is medicine a science?
Can you answer the question? Is medical science? Is that what you said? Medical science?
Science.
Yeah, medical science. Yeah, it's fucking idiotic. It's too vague. As a whole, no. How's that, Crayon Muncher?
Do you prove cause and effect with science, with medicine?
No.
So when you put...
Well, there you go. If you don't prove cause and effect, then it's not science by definition, or natural science.
Penicillin on bacteria, does penicillin kill bacteria, yes or no?
Sometimes.
Right. So if it does...
Sometimes that's correct. Depends on the bacteria.
Kill bacteria, then it kills bacteria. The cause of the death of the bacteria would be the penicillin. If it fails to kill the bacteria, then it fails to prove the cause is the penicillin, and it doesn't do what you thought it was going to do.
Each case has to be done specifically. Certain type of bacteria and the penicillin. You just can't say bacteria, right? The whole broad spectrum here. No, you got to get hyper fucking specific. That's what the scientific method is. Hyper fucking specific.
So from that perspective, that's science. However, when you apply it to humans, because humans have got a variety of different systems, none of which are identical, they're all unique with many different factors, you then make that into a correlation the minute you apply it to humans. So although
there's no correlations, it's speculations. You got the wrong word.
it might have worked on the lab when you were doing your testing, and it showed that in recent studies when you did your experiment that 96% of people of samples got positive results. When you got it into the real world, it was 32% because half the people that in the real world were smokers or they were fat or whatever, and in the real world it didn't really apply.
What the fuck?
But when you did it on the test...
Yeah, all right. So basically, but the point is, or what we get down to, and basically all you're saying is that, and this actually supports what I'm, on my point of view, is that there are...
Nothing supports your point of view.
...factors which you cannot take into account. Therefore, you do not...
There's factors which you cannot take into account. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like? Where'd you hear that before? Prosecution rests.
Not know which factors are actually killing that bacteria or not. You can believe that the evidence suggests the penicillin. Penicillin is.
Listen.
I have let you talk a lot.
You have let him talk a lot. Go ahead, you talk. Right? I'll get my fucking baseball bat out with nail spikes. That Louisville Slugger I have. So go ahead, you talk.
You can say that the penicillin has. You can say that the penicillin is the proximate cause for killing the bacteria.
The proximate cause? What the fuck is a proximate cause? That's what you said, right? Proximate cause? I'm unfamiliar with that. Wait, this is law? Didn't you have an objection to this before? You dumb fuck retard. Proximate cause. The likelihood of calling something a proximate cause increases as the cause becomes more direct and more necessary for the injury to occur. What the fuck? NYC bar, this is all law. The actions of a person or entity who owes you a duty must be sufficiently related to your injuries such that law considers the person to have caused, what the fuck, in law and insurance from his alma mater wiki, legal definition, an act, proximate cause, an act from which an injury results as a natural, direct, uninterrupted consequence and without which the injury would not have occurred. You're a fucking clown.
But you cannot prove it because you cannot identify every single variable that's in that problem.
There you go. What's up, Jaron? What's it?
– That's not true. If you demonstrate that penicillin did kill the bacteria, you prove that the penicillin did kill the bacteria.
You do not.
Certain bacteria. You have to be, like I said, hyper-specific.
Prove anything. You show evidence that
You cannot prove anything. You show evidence. Like, he doesn't understand the simple meanings of fundamental words. And we already went over the proof and evidence thing a number of times. I'm not going to do it again.
See, this is where we're running around.
Yeah, we're running around in circles because you're a fucking retard. That's why.
Circles.
Yeah, so, you don't know what science is, and you're claiming that you do.
Exactly.
And you do astronomy as a profession and claim that you're a scientist. That's not science, my friend. That's observational study. It isn't science. You're not doing experiments. You're not proving cause and effect. You're fantasizing over what nonsense might be causing a black hole. No one gives a shit, man. That's not science, and it's pseudoscience by definition.
Exactamundo. Roger that. It's about time.
I'm sorry.
No, actually,
I know you're going to be offended. I don't mean to offend you, but obviously the conversation
you do mean to offend me, but
no, I don't.
Fuck you.
But you're not listening.
Whenever someone says I don't mean to do something, they actually do mean to do it. But I'm not offended.
Fuck you, Norm.
You said to me,
I'm not offended. Honestly, I'm not offended. I'm frustrated, and I apologize for.
You're frustrated because you're a fucking moron. That's why you're frustrated.
Raising my voice.
That's okay, but you said that. Where is the evidence? You have to manipulate it, right? Because you want to look at things and through the telescope say, I wonder what causes that, and then create a model.
This does not answer my question. This says in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable blah. It doesn't say
is the variable blah. No, it doesn't say the independent variable is the variable blah. No, it doesn't say that. From the University of North Carolina, independent and dependent variables in an experiment, clown fuck. The independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. And the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, supposed cause, it should say, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. That's what it says. Not blah. Dumb fuck.
A scientific experiment must have an independent variable.
It doesn't have to say that. That's a law of identity violation. Show in your next stream where bread, I want a citation, where bread must have carbohydrates. I want to see it. Dumb fuck. Elmer Fudd. Sophist.
We've just gone through
if this is a problem for you, write this down. Find me a citation.
I already did. I already did the must have, even though I didn't need to do it. It's a law of identity violation. Doesn't have to say must have. It's an inherent part of it.
No. A scientific method must
you're not
have
listening,
an independent variable.
A scientific method must have an independent variable, though the hypothesis must have an independent variable, and the experiment, which is a hypothesis test, must have an independent variable too. I already showed you that fucking 30 times.
You're not listening. You're claiming that this doesn't answer the question, but when I'm trying to show you that it clearly does, you're pretending that it doesn't and saying that it doesn't when it clearly does. I've just gone through just one citation with Drexel, and it said, when you think you know what variables may be involved, think about ways to change one at a time. If you change more than one,
you have addressed that. When?
One at a time. Well, in your case, you can't change anything. But if in other cases, like in medicine,
I can manipulate the model that I'm using.
He manipulates the model again. Not the independent variable. He manipulates the conjured fucking model he doesn't have a clue of. This guy is a retard, people. Simple.
No, models are not real world, my friend. They're reification fallacies. They're abstractions. They're concepts.
He manipulates his reification fallacy.
In your model, you might have got your maths wrong somewhere in your formula, and therefore it might correlate by mistake. But even if it cannot,
that's why he can't prove anything, because he manipulates his fucking model. What a dumb fuck, man. All right, this is getting long in the tooth. Where are we at? It's over 5 hours, man. Just my evaluation of it. Let's see what else he says, and then we'll stop it.
Your model isn't science. That's why it's not proving anything. You don't.
Can I ask you something about your? Can I ask you?
Here we go about him asking something.
Something about your experiment.
You claim to be a scientist, you claim to have a PhD, but you don't accept that you have to manipulate the presumed cause.
Claim, sir? Are you trying to imply that I'm lying? Are you?
No, you're not lying. You're fucking delusional. You're a retard.
Are you implying that I'm lying?
I'm telling you straight to your face, mate, and I'm not bullshitting you. I'm on camera telling you to your face that you're not a scientist. You say you are, you think you are probably, but you're not adhering to scientific method, because in astronomy, you haven't got any independent variables. Now, you can fantasize over what might cause them, and you can make models, but that's not science. That's prediction. Okay. It's based on observation only, and it hasn't got any experiment. So if that's what you think science is, my friend, take it as an insult if you want. I'd rather you be offended. It isn't science. You haven't got any experiment, and you're wasting my time. I could be sat here right now with the missus watching crap on telly, and I'm sat here talking to you, a PhD holding astronomer who claims to be a scientist, and you're wasting my time.
That's it. Yes, sir. Exactly, Anthony. Exactly. Exactamundo, brother. Yep, you're wasting this fucking time and all of ours. Norm! Yeah, we're going to deal the death blow, man. We've been going for over 5 hours. I'm going to hear about this tomorrow. But guess what? Oh, we have some more. Super chats. Thanks, guys. Eric Pelding, because no one explains things as you do. Yes, I know that. Retro Bill. Drawn and quartered. Their flaming entrails were left to the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this has been a colossal disaster for this pretender clown. This is just part one. Where am I at here? I think we're just a little over an hour into this. 1 second, let me check. We're an hour, 24 minutes in. We've got 4 hours left to go. Like I said, I'm going to skip some parts in there. But Norm is going to start getting involved. And like I said, I've got a couple people out here in chat over in this direction over here. Yeah, we're going to expose them too. They wanted to chime in. And you're going to see their posts popping up here. But we'll get to them. I don't know when I'm going to do it. It just depends. This week is kind of fruity. We got the live show tomorrow. We'll just do an open panel. Maybe talk about this. I don't know what's to talk about. Thursday, we have Betty doing her presentation. And then I think we'll do another open panel for BallBusters. Probably talking about this too. I'm not going to do it with other people there. I'm just going to do it by me onesie, the whole fucking thing. So every the treatment video is just going to be me. Whenever they happen, you'll just have to be, ready. Because I'm not going to give you a time or a place because I don't know them. I'll just pop on, right? I like doing that. So let's go ahead and get out of here, guys. Let me check the chat. Just for a couple minutes here. Appreciate the super chats, guys. Well, at least we got, over 50 people watching. Thanks for staying with it, guys. I mean, it's getting pretty late. What is it? Holy shit, it's 12:06 my time. Sorry about that. I got in a groove and I just didn't want to let it go. Right? So he dealt a death blow to himself. I mean, the whole time. I was just reporting, so I didn't do much. Doesn't take much. Not with retards like this. But he said he wanted, on the previous video, I didn't delete it, the one that had internet service provider issues. I didn't delete it, so I left the title up, so somebody probably got with him. He commented on there that he wants to talk to me. You still want to talk to me? You think? Fucking retard. Unbelievable. This gets worse. If you can believe it. You probably don't. But let me tell you. Like I said, I listened to the whole thing once. I might do it again. Then again, I might not. I don't think I need to go through that again. But we'll just ad-lib through it. It's easy destroying these fucking crayon munchers. Yep. So let's see what we got. QE, yeah. We're going to end this video, guys. Hey, I appreciate you sticking it out with me. Yeah, thank you. A lot of people like this format for some reason. I don't know. I'm a little bit long in the tooth. I got a couple things I need to take care of. BallBusters, that's right. Got a couple things I need to take care of before I head to bed. But hang in there, guys. If you know Rob Parks makes you, I think he's already on this. But with that numpty, the Nitwit, Knuckle Dragon Norm, make sure you send it to him. I think he's going to be more of a player in the second and third part, if I can remember correctly, but he pipes up a little bit more. He shouldn't have. He should have adopted that mantra. Does everyone know that mantra? It's better to remain silent and be thoughtful than open up that incoherent blowhole and remove all doubt. Yeah, he should have adopted that mantra a long time ago, but he's not. Also, the chat skanks, I'm going to deal them a death fucking blow. All right, it's not hard. I just let them speak. All right, guys. Hey, we'll see you at the QE 2024, yeah. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. U.S. Central, 7 p.m. UK for QE Live. Hang in there, man. Catch you on the flip side.